Es muy pronto para aplaudir.
It's still too early to put our hands together yet. Thank you everyone for coming here this afternoon, and welcome in the name on behalf of the Citizenship Institute in the United States. Welcome to the second edition of the DigCit Summit, where we're going to deal with people using technologies, which is something that, for good or for bad, we all do. From our institute, we believe in working together and collaborating, and we believe in the power of putting together different voices, different opinions, and different generations together, because we believe in finding solutions with a positive approach and always based on working together will get further. The digitization of the society has changed the way we do everything, from our jobs to our habits, and obviously our family life. Something as intimate as family life has been revolutionized by the use of technology and the technology as a whole surrounding us. And this has led to a change in our habits and the way we buy and the way we live. This creates a lot of concerns, especially when we're thinking about teenagers and children, because they're learning about everything. So we're all here together focusing in family and technology, and we will try to think together about the things that concern us and the things that we should focus in, and to try and do things better in order to do things better and tackle the different situations that might come about in our path. And we will listen to the voices of the tweens and the teens to hear their own opinions about this. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Fundación Telefónica, for hosting us, and thank you to our speakers for being here today. Thank you for those who have supported us and those who are here today, overcoming many obstacles, and those who are following us in the website, and those who will see us in the video later when this is on the website later. I hope that we will be learning new things today and that we will have fun today as well. Thank you very much. I will leave the floor to Mary Alice Curran, and we will be connecting with her through technology.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Welcome. I'm so excited to join you. I'm here in Connecticut in the United States. This time last year, I was there with you in Madrid, and I want to welcome you to the second DigCit Summit, Madrid in Spain. And today, I know this is a continuation of the conversation that began last year, where we work together as a community to change the narrative around technology and social media use. One way that we really like to do that is to look at digital citizenship through a community lens and changing those like don't statements to I will statements. We use these four principles to really guide us, and we want to help our students be empathetic, entrepreneurial. We want them to be innovative, and we want them to be inclusive. And so last year I was with my son, and we shared our mother and son DigCit Kids story. And I'm happy to share with you today that DigCit Kids story is now a book, the DigCit Kids book. And we've asked contributing authors around the world, just like Maria, to share their voice on how they learn side by side, together, intergenerational learning with technology and social media. And I'm really happy that one of our colleagues and our partners, Junia Tasmez from Educatech in Mexico, who is live tweeting from the Digital Citizenship Institute account today in Spanish. She is translating the DigCit Kids book into Spanish as we speak, which is really exciting to be able to connect with more communities around the world. I also wanted to share that any teachers in the audience, one of our organizational partners in Patico, as of June 3rd, their resources, their connections will all be in Spanish. And that is a wonderful way. It is a free program for students aged 6 to 11 to learn how to spark empathy and build a foundation. And the last thing that I'd really like to welcome you is in October, we are hosting our 5th annual Digital Citizenship Summit online for the entire week during Digital Citizenship Week, which is in October. And specifically on October 16th, which is a Wednesday, the entire day will be connections in Spanish. We will have classrooms connecting with classrooms. We will have speakers sharing DigCit impact talks. And later that evening, we will have a tweet and talk panel with our partner, EduMatch. So today, I welcome you again, and I encourage you to take this conversation and continue to put those words into actions, because digital citizenship is not just something we do at school, it's something we do at home. And as you know, parents and adults, this is something that we need to do at work as well. So I'm looking forward to following the conversation all day, and thank you for inviting me to share my voice this morning.
Empezamos con el panel 1, moderado.
We're going to start with the first panel, moderated by Ana Torres. She is a journalist specialized in education in El País. And we will also have the rest of our speakers on the stage. Welcome, everyone. And as you know, in this panel, we're going to be dealing with the relationship with technology, and specifically about the role of families in order to help these children to digest this technology and to use it properly and not to overuse it, and all the keys that families need to provide these children with. First of all, we're going to introduce our speakers. We have Laura Baena, starting from my right. She's the founder of the Bad Mothers Club, Club de Malas Madres. We also have Laura Cuesta. She's an expert in digital education, and she's responsible of communication and in the prevention of addiction system in Madrid. We also have Mónica de la Fuente, founder of Madresfera. We have also Pablo Sánchez, who's a marketing manager. And also we have Elisa Juste, special consultant specialized in the impact on technology in reading. First of all, we're going to ask what's the right age for children to start using technology. As you know, the American Pediatrics Association establishes that children should not be in contact with mobile phones or tablets before they're 2. Do you think that there is any right age for this? Well, Pablo won't let me speak, and because he says I speak too much, but may I speak now? I think Maria has left the room, and we had her yesterday in Malas Madres talking about this, and she gave us a good idea about trying not to turn technologies into evil entities or allow an overuse either. I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old daughters, and I started as a mother to say that I will never let my children have my mobile, but because you tend to think that you're going to be this perfect mother before they arrive, but as Maria said yesterday, how can you say that to not to lend her mobile to her children when she needs to take a shower or she needs to do something else? So sometimes technology can be a support for us when we're trying to raise our children. Obviously, we don't want technologies to take care of our children or that they're a substitute of parenting, but I think that we need to put some common sense and limit the use of that. I started using mobile phones as a digital babysitter because when I started my own company, I was working on my own at home with 2 children, and those who are working at home know what this means. Sometimes we just need to hand them the mobile phone and tell them just watch whatever. But when my daughter was 4 or 5 years old, I was trying to take the tablet off the hands of my daughter, and she started screaming like crazy. And I realized that we had passed the red line. So I decided that they would only be allowed to some tablet time on Sunday afternoons, and this has been like that for over 2 years, and they know where the limits are. So as Maria said yesterday, I don't think there is a right time, but it depends on what you're going to let them use technologies for. Obviously, they will not have their own mobile phone, but I don't think that it's completely wrong that they might see some pictures on the mobile phone, or that they use FaceTime to talk with their grandparents who live abroad, for instance. So it all depends. So none of you think that we need to put children away, keep them away from technology up until they're 2. When we talk about children so young, educators and parents talk about educational excuses. For instance, the apps that they're going to use are very positive for learning something, but when we're dealing with children that are under 24 months old, it's true that there are many apps that are used for learning, and they will teach them a lot of things, but we have determined that children at that age will develop much better with the traditional type of education, with other children their age, or playing with the toys or the other systems that have been used in the kindergarten, or with other children and other stuff that they might find and touch and use for playing. So we should not rely on those excuses, like the use of learning apps that we might use sometimes. So we should find a limit. Well, at the same time, we need to say that we are believing the marketing messages and the messages from experts. We are surrounded by different inputs and different messages. We used to hear that if your children listen to certain types of music, our children would become all Einsteins. So how can you really dismiss that idea? How can you feel that you're the smartest one in the neighborhood and say that this doesn't work? So you just test them and try to play this music to your child in case it really works. And with the screens, I think we're all trying to learn what is happening. This type of sessions help us a lot to learn, to read, to find insight and new studies that are being carried out at this very moment, so that we can know what specific effects these technologies have. 5 years ago, however, there was no so much information. Just to say something different, children have a sensitive stage and a cognitive stage, and we cannot deprive them from each of them. Now you can hear me better, I think. I was saying that at the end of the day, children go through different stages, the sensitive stage, the cognitive stage. We should not deprive them from their use, and we are the first example for our children, the role models. It's very difficult for them to hear that they're not allowed to use it when they see us using the tablet at home. They are not autonomous, and we're all learning at the same time, digital natives and non-digital natives. We can see that things happen, like, for instance, Huawei company was almost bankrupt on Monday, and today we see that it's not so serious after all. I think we are all more or less agreed in this. I have a very bad memory, but I love reading different studies and researches. And there's no conclusive research that states that digital devices are negative. In the last study that was published a couple of months ago, it says that from 8 hours of screen usage, this could be damaging. But obviously, children do many more things aside being in front of the screen. They would need to drop out to the school or eat or doing other activities. If we were talking about 8 hours of screen use every day, our service, the addiction prevention service, would come and do something about it. A mother came to tell me that at school her children used the screens and they did a lot of things in school with the screens. She was a bit concerned about this because she said, I don't know when I go into their room and I see them in front of the screen, I don't know if they're studying or doing something else, because all their homework, they do it with the screens. And she was concerned about how she could put a limit to this. Yesterday in Maria's workshop, we realized that the main concern for families and mothers was to put a limit to the screen time so that this does not develop into an addiction. And also we need to be learning all the time, because they know much more than we do in digital knowledge. But all this learning just because we study for 22 years in our lives in order to work. And how many years have we studied? How much study have we done to become a parent? No, I was just talking about the basic rules that Maria was giving yesterday that we all need to be aware of, and also speaking their own language, because they will tell us that they're going to update whatever screen, and we don't even know what they're talking about. It's important to also know what games they're playing. For instance, if they're talking about Fortnite and that game that they're playing, you need to learn a bit about it. To me, it's an effort to learn what Fortnite is and what's going on in there. To me, it's almost like studying to learn about this. When we talk about rules, what do you think? Do you need to establish a certain amount of rules? Parents need to set an example? Because I suppose that there are families that establish a set of rules, but the parents do not comply to these rules. So does it make any sense to set these rules? Do you have any experience in this, personal experience in this? I don't know who's talked about the example about Sundays. I do the same thing. My son, well, right now he's not much into the tablet anymore, but when he was a baby, he could read a story in the tablet or listen to a children's song. And so he had some time for the tablet, and then he had to read on paper. And now he knows that he has 15 to 20 minutes after lunch to watch television, and sometimes they use this time or not. When we get closer to the teenage years, I think things change. Well, this happens. We need to follow up with the children, because many people say that their children used to be good readers, and now they've turned 12 and they don't read anymore. And I think we need to follow this up closer and establish these type of rules. Once they have assimilated these rules, you might forget about them, and you stop knowing what they're doing with their spare time. When you have a parental control app, you have a greater control on what they're doing. For instance, sometimes you might realize that they have bags under their eyes, and then you realize that they've spent the night using their mobile phones. Me, I have 2 teenagers in my house and a preteen in my house, 16, 14, and 12 years old. We have screens every day in the house, but what we have tried to do is, well, we love traveling. We like doing a cuisine tour or visiting castles tour, and the route is prepared by the children. Since they like so much the tablet, Each of our 5 children take care of a different part of this route that we're going to do in our holidays through the tablet. For instance, my 9-year-old loves to see certain programs that help her pack our stuff very quickly, and other programs, TV programs, for instance, or other shows about cooking, and she's the one who has started cooking. And in a very natural way, they have started using the tablet in different ways, not only watching YouTube or not only for studying. There are so many contents that teenagers can find interesting in the internet. But in your case, for instance, teenagers, is there any type of limitation, any hours that they cannot overpass, or do we need to be very strict with teenagers so that this does not end up in addiction? Or are there children who do not need any limits? I think each family and each child is different. For now, we have been lucky. I think that being too strict does not work, because every time we have a very tight set of rules, we always try to break them. It's what happens with the limitations in accessing the center of the city, for instance. And now that the rules are here, I find myself wanting or needing to go every day with my car inside this perimeter. And it's the same thing with the limits that we might establish at home. You see that if we set a certain time for them to use their tablet, you cannot really establish very strict limits. How much time does the little one, for instance, use the tablet? Well, 10 or 12 minutes, which is the time that his attention span lasts. At the end of the day, what we need to do in education in general is talk with them, establishing a dialogue, not just telling them to do this just because, but explaining to them that these are the risks and these are the advantages. We need to explain to them, to our children, why they are asked to do something. And I think that at the end, later, they will really absorb this, understand it very well. My eldest is 18 years old. She has gone through her teenage years already, and I have gone through all the stages from the time that we opened her 20 profile, then Instagram. We explained to her what content she could upload and what she couldn't upload. And at the beginning, we set certain rules, and we told her why she wasn't allowed to do certain things and why there was a danger in uploading certain types of photographies. And nowadays, my daughter's profile in Instagram has no more than 30 photographs, because she does not overexpose her own life. But this we had spoken a lot. We had a very broad dialogue, and we have set limits since they are children. But in the same way that we do this in any other aspects or areas of our lives, and we need to explain to them why we're doing this, not because it's a whimsical choice of ours, but because we're doing this for their own benefit. And at the end of the day, later they just learn to do them by themselves. So when do you think there is a problem and we need to start establishing limits? Sometimes we wonder if my son is addicted or if my daughter will become the next Steve Jobs. You never know to what extent they're developing their creativity, and you should not establish any limits, because these are tools that allow them to express themselves. So I think it might be very complicated to know where the line is drawn. Sometimes you see that a child loves drawing and you let them draw endlessly, but technology is something that scares us and we put limits. I think that there's an example that you said that is very clear. We won't let our child draw all day. They need to do homework, they need to go to school, they need to eat. So regardless of the fact that we might be dealing with technology or not, I think it's something that we need to incorporate to the rest of our life that has to do with a certain set of values. You are going to coexist in society, in your family, in your school, and we need to incorporate the technological world. It's complicated because it has different set of rules that we have not learned, but what we need to do, in my opinion, is to try and connect it all with a set of values that has to do with the coexistence with other people and coexisting in society. Maybe when he gets older, he will have the time for himself to decide. Every activity can become a problem when it takes much more time than the rest of the activities, regardless of the fact that it's to do with technology or not. They might like to play with a spinner, but when they do only that and they stop playing with their brothers and sisters, or they stop eating just to play with their spinners, then they might have a problem. I agree with that. When it really interferes with their routines in a normal family, we're all concerned about our children having time for everything. Time for studying, time for doing sports, time for having their lunches. So you see that there is a problem when this habit interferes with these other activities. For instance, if a child does not want to go to play in the playground because they want to spend time with their tablets, then that's a red flag. With our little one, with our youngest, the more time he spent in front of the screen, the least responsible he became with other activities. He became more aggressive, and so we explained to him that he treated people worse when he used the tablet too much. And so he became aware of that. And when he has used it 10, 15 minutes, he gives it back to you. He gives the tablet back to you because he realizes that it makes him change in his mood. Well, I haven't experienced that yet because my children are too young. But sometimes you see that there are families in which children need a tablet or to see some cartoons on the tablet to eat their food. So you're getting your child used to having the tablet in front of him or of her just to have a proper meal. Or we also should be aware that we cannot reward them with the use of the tablet or the screens. Sometimes you see that you see some cartoons where you see that some families have a kid who's playing with a tablet, and then on the other end you see a family that would not allow their children at all to use a tablet. And I don't know if it's good to see it all in black or white. I think the important thing is to have time for other activities, and when they become closer to the teenage years, what I see is that there is an external social pressure in the school when you're limiting them, for instance, the use of the Wi-Fi, or for instance, some families establish that at 9 o'clock their children should not use the Wi-Fi in the house, but you see that children are under pressure by their peers when they also enter the social media. This is something that is very worrying, and you see the stages as your children grow. I like what you said about the likes, Laura. Something that I see is that we're all searching for the likes. It boosts your self-esteem. You look for care, for acknowledgement. So we should be the first fans of our children. We need to give them the likes. We need to tell them how handsome or pretty they are, or not to worry if they have a bad grade or if they lost their money, to console them and tell them that it's not something to be worried about. So they have their own solid self-esteem, and they do not search for this appreciation outside through the social media and through the likes. Yeah, you have to unless you are a brand, you know that any like is worth nothing, and it really depends on algorithms. So we need to support our children and give them all the likes that they need. It's true that all my children, only my eldest has Instagram, but I think this is something we need to think about. I think as adults we need to think about this. We see that in Instagram we're all seeing that we're all searching for these likes at a social level. It's rewarded. How can we ask our children not to be aware of the likes when it's us who have not delivered ourselves from, freed ourselves from this search of likes? When to like it, but what you said is very interesting. I will write that down, that we need to be the first fans of our children and give them all the likes. But as a society, I understand that we are looking at the younger ones, but we're not looking at ourselves to know the way we're teaching them, because we teach by example. Also, I'm worried about the fact that our children are overexposed by ourselves, by the parents. It's something that is not politically correct to speak about this, because I don't show my children around, and it's not a decision that I have made now that I have many followers. It's a decision that I had made before they were born. We need to try to teach children how to tell the stories. You not need to expose yourself. And I think this is a topic that nobody mentions, because if you're overexposing your child in the social media, how can you limit them later on in their lives?
I have a doubt with regard to what you're saying. When a teenager uploads things and has a lot of activity on Instagram, is he or she always looking for acknowledgement, or is he just used to using that channel as a way of expressing himself? It's not necessarily a lack of self-esteem. We sometimes think it is. I think it's the point of view of adults. And maybe it's not the case. Maybe it's just the way that this teenager has to express himself or herself. One thing is sharing the picture. It might be the way in which you communicate, but in our case before we didn't have that means of communication. Now they can share, but another thing is to be obsessed about likes. It is true that teenagers use social media in a different way. It is a communication channel. Of course, there's a bit of everything. If a 13-year-old girl is posting certain pictures, well, maybe she is looking for some kind of reaction, but maybe we're just saying like to something that we like, but at the same time we want that person to know that we like that picture or whatever. But for them it is something systematic. They just do it automatically. And I've seen 18-year-old girls do it just so quickly, automatically. And I think, well, she hasn't really had time to look at the pictures. It's just a way of using it, of saying, I know what you're doing, I know what you're posting, your activities. In many cases, they just use it as a chat. It is something private for them. It's a way of communicating. I think that we also have to change our point of view. Instagram, they have double accounts. They have an Instagram for parents, so that we know that everything is going well, cute pictures, etc. And then there's another account with friends, and we don't really know what they're publishing there in that case. Yes, it is the same as what we did when we left home when we were younger. We changed in the lift, or when we got to a particular place, we wore, I don't know, a shorter skirt or whatever. Us girls used to do this. Well, Instagram for boys and girls nowadays is a bit like that. No, just don't tell your children about this. I think they're listening to us right now, some of them. You were saying that you're not in favor of parental control apps. I also wanted to mention something interesting. Where is the limit between control and spying? so that there's, for example, avoiding cyberbullying or harassment. And where do we set the limit between that and, well, setting the limits and maybe overstepping this need and going a bit too far and spying on them, so to speak? I think we have to make sure, especially there has to be a strong control when kids don't have that self-control, that awareness. But when children have autonomy, independence, and more awareness, if you control strictly what they're publishing, I think you're overdoing it. You're spying. If there are no strange movements, maybe, well, you can show certain rules, and maybe suddenly that boy is 11 and those rules have been forgotten. It also depends on self-esteem. It is all related. But if you've given the child autonomy and that child is behaving responsibly, if you continue monitoring the activity too closely, maybe you're overstepping. This is my opinion. Then we also have legal experts that say, this is the line, we have to draw it here. Well, in my case, my mother used to open my drawers and look what I had in my drawers when I was a teenager. If at a certain point you think something is happening. Yesterday at the meeting that we organized, we had a mother saying, well, I've done this. I've checked my daughter's account. She was going through difficult times at school, and I admit I've done this. I don't have to do this yet in my case because my daughters are young, but I think if there's a complicated situation, I think a father or mother would do this to check our daughter's purse, for example, or bag, that's the kind of thing, if it is a difficult situation. I always use the example of the park. You're checking on what your children are doing. They're maybe making a castle, but you're not really making the castle with them. You're just looking at them. You're keeping an eye on them. And this social media should be similar to this example. In the case you're not going to be acting in the same way. If you see that a boy is doing cyberbullying to your son, well, obviously you do something about it. You can say, well, this other boy can check on this other boy, and you can sort of create a network. A brother checking on his brother, something like that. I don't know what Borja's going to say afterward. From the legal point of view, we will have to hear his opinion. I think they have to know it. Children have to know it. I love you dearly, but the phone, I'm giving it to you. I'm paying for it, but I'm just lending it to you, depending on the age, little by little, when that boy is older. We're not talking about 16 or 17 necessarily. We're talking about younger in many cases. As Monica says, it depends on the age. Would you leave your 8-9-year-old child in the Retiro Park alone without any supervision? Would you leave your 8-9-year-old kid alone at Fortnite without you knowing what the game is about or what the contents are, even if there's a private profile, without knowing which contents he or she is accessing? It is like a park. It is a giant park. He or she doesn't know this. Would you leave your 8-9-year-old kid in this situation? No, you wouldn't. We're talking about ages, I think. And as Elisa was doing, if you've educated your child little by little, you've accompanied him, depends on ages. And shorter, younger ages, you have to supervise content, channels. But then, of course, when we're talking about 14, 15 years old, it is a different situation. Well, of course, education is essential, but maybe when they're at 14, 15, that's the complicated age. Is technology bad? No, but Have you seen Black Mirror's series, that chapter specifically? A lot of us went in panic mode. And well, in this case, you're educating, but you can't overstep it. You can't control each movement. We all know, I think, more or less how to draw the line. You cannot overdo it. I think it's a slow process, little by little. We've got many technology blogs. We also have blogs with mothers and fathers' opinions. We're writing on contents or things that we didn't mention before because maybe your children don't want you to talk about them or write about them. But fortunately, we've got more and more information on all of this topic, and we've got more resources. This is very recent, all of this. We're just learning as we go. So we have to go little by little with all of this that you're saying, educating, etc. We published an article in El País, a newspaper, how the Silicon Valley's gurus are taking their children to traditional schools with no tablets and no technologies. What would be the consequence for a child to be completely away or not use at all any kind of technology or tablets until 16? Well, we don't really know what kind of life these children have, the children of the Silicon Valley gurus. What kind of life do they have? Well, I don't know. I think it is, there's a lack of coherence in here. Is like Monica and myself, our project was born based on a digital platform, all the good aspects of technology. And if suddenly we just demonized technology, it would be contradictory. Well, in my case, if I use the screen too much, a few days ago, blogging mother said, my daughters never know what I'm doing, never know what, they don't know what Instagram is. And in my case, well, they know what I'm doing, they know that I'm using technology, and I'm proud of this because many of the things that we've achieved have been achieved thanks to social media and technology. So I think there's a lack of coherence here. I don't really understand this. Why do you think, I'm just curious, why do you think that they've taken this drastic decision? Is it really true that these schools and also nannies who take care of these children have to sign a contract by which they cannot use mobile phones or tablets at all? And, well, I think Big Brother is watching you. This is more true than ever. A few years ago, I read an article of an exhibition in London, a girl who had hacked computers of different families and taken pictures of people at home, with a towel on their head after the shower, and there was an exhibition of these photographs. And for example, if they say to me, this actor, and I look, and if I just put in Google the first letter of the name's actor, it appears automatically, and it's not Brad Pitt or anyone like that. These things are real. Certain services can activate the camera of your computer, of your, all of this is real. And I was listening to a conference at one of the developers of Roomba, the CEO's company, and Roomba saying, do they register data from users, etc.? No. And then at the end, the robots of Roomba had gone through 7 billion kilometers all over the world. And I don't know, well, maybe these schools use digital tools of some kind. And I'm sure that for these children, iPads are the biggest reward possible. I've read in certain articles there are a lot of former professionals of these large platforms that have a sort of guilt feeling of how these big companies have been using many professionals in psychology to be able to create systems that create addiction among users. So there's probably a lot on this. It's not only about privacy, about following our data, monitoring our data, it is true, but it is also related to all the systems that have been used, all the different formulas, algorithms, to be able, we will mention this afterwards, how we can use the term addiction, and this is a term used in the media easily, but to be able to create this abusive or excessive use of technology or the use of social media such as Facebook. These ecosystem, this is Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or any similar platforms. They want us to sort of go into that ecosystem and never leave it, so to speak. Yes, probably, yes. That's Peppa Pig, and that's it. That's all our children have to watch. Elisa is an expert in how technology affects academic performance. What are the latest studies with regard to this topic? Well, I always say that each study has a counter-study. Children with visual, auditive stimuli, or this is positive for 6 months babies. Other studies say this is negative, this is not good. And I normally try to read the study. There's always a headline. For example, last summer, we had one saying digital reading creates a specific disease, and it's always important to read the small print and to see the sample. If it's maybe 10 kids in a lost remote village in New Jersey, maybe these children are not really that similar to ours. We have no scientific evidence that digital reading has an impact. Reading and digital reading require different skills. When is there an impact? When can we see difference in results? When you're not trained in digital reading, and nobody teaches us to read digitally. Digitally, when we read, it is done in a more fragmented way. Maybe if you can't keep your concentration, your focus, maybe you might miss out on some information. What I think that we need is more education. We have to understand the dynamics behind digital reading. If we have to summarize text, maybe we should highlight, and then we should do a first summary. And I think with digital reading, it is similar. If we have differences in academic results, well, maybe if there's no education with regard to digital reading, it is logical. Normally, readers, I don't like saying good readers, bad readers, but I think that we might have differences in format. We have preferences. I prefer digital, I prefer paper, or maybe some other people prefer Netflix or whatever. If you have the skills to be able to use these different formats, the transition is smooth. If not, well, you can have problems. And of course, education in digital reading in a school environment is minimum, and if you're taught how to do it, it's just similar to reading an image, for example. If you're taught, you can do this. I think we only have 3 minutes left. Let's ask the last question. Which mistakes do you think that families are making, or good things that they're doing? Self-critique, and on another hand, appraisal of what families are doing. I think we've mentioned a couple. My younger child, the reaction, being more nervous. In our case, we tried to track which route our children were following to come home from school. And it is true that I'm not in favor of geolocalization, but then this test that we did wasn't very successful. Years ago I stopped publishing direct vulnerable content. Tonight I'm having romantic dinner with Elena. Well, of course people might think, well, who's taking care of the children? Probably common sense by my wife is what made me change things. Would you like to comment on something else? I think you wanted to mention. I think that we have tell families that they don't need to have this panic reaction with some of the headlines. I think I read in a newspaper that Fortnite was as addictive as heroin, and of course you read this and you think, oh, well, my child is going to have the same addiction as a drug user. We have to avoid this kind of information, these headlines. We cannot compare a game with heroin addiction, of course not. And in the case of new technologies, when there's a pathological need to play, then we can talk about addiction. Right now, we're just talking about excessive use of internet, of new technologies, we shouldn't be using the word addiction, mobile addiction, internet addiction, and we can't really talk about addiction. Addiction is a disease, and this is something that is going to be included in the new IMC 11, and this is mentioned by many mothers. My son is going to be turned into an addict. And fake news, alerts. I think as families we have to take the time to read, to get information, because sometimes we're just pushed by our irrational fear, and Fortnite is addictive, and before sharing this in WhatsApp groups, we've got again this fake news about the blue whale. We have to be concerned, we have to take responsibility, but we need information. A lot of fake news going around. My daughter has gone back to this. At school they were saying that Momo was going to appear at night, and she was scared. She hasn't been sleeping well for 2 weeks. What Maria was mentioning yesterday is very interesting, to take fear out of the equation, to try to focus on education, on talking to our children, and we're not really doing things as bad as other people seem to say. Thank you very much, and we will now move on to the next panel.
Este primer panel de qué nos preocupa.
This first panel, with regard to what concerns us, has had a conclusion. We're not doing things as badly as some say, but we're not doing things as well as other people say, because we would obviously wouldn't have the concerns. What should we focus on, really? And this is a second panel. These matters that have always existed within families and that now are being transformed because technology is now present in our houses. I don't want to talk forever on this panel. We're doing a change of microphones, so this is why I'm giving this introduction. I always say that a family is the first trench of education. Educating is not easy. There are a lot of battles and a lot of conflicts, and it is also the first trench of digital education, because children don't access technology because they talk about social media at school or streaming platforms. Parents are the first ones who place technology in the hands of children, and we have the tendency when they're younger to not really be concerned, and when they're teenagers we are strongly concerned. We have teenagers that suddenly access certain contents on the internet, and suddenly parents are worried because that teenager has a mobile, or has the possibility of accessing. And we tend to separate these concerns from our general educational concerns. Topics that we consider that we're good at. What is healthy eating? I can talk about healthy eating with my children, and I don't say, if you continue eating biscuits, you will die of a serious disease when you're 25. It is okay for him or her to eat biscuits from time to time. Same goes for exercise, relationships with others, being responsible with regard to tasks. If you study, you will have a better mark at the exam. And then suddenly, technology, well, we leave it aside. We think that we don't know. This is my personal opinion, is that we don't need to be IT experts to be able to educate in technology. I'm, for example, a very bad cook, very, very, very bad cook, and my children know this because they suffer this situation. They know that I don't like cooking and that I'm not good at cooking, but they do not doubt that I am the one who decides what we eat at home, what to buy. I plan the menus. With or without their help, I prepare dinner. They don't need me to be a professional chef to respect how I organize eating at home. So the same goes for technology. Certain decisions have to be taken by parents, and for this reason, we need to have information. As I try to look for information regarding a specific dish, sometimes I just decide not to try it, and I ask my mother to cook that dish. But when it comes to fulfilling expectations, you talk to your children, and as they eat, you talk about good manners at the table, or different conversations, or you ask them about their lives. And we have to try to do the same with technology. And during the first panel, we have been talking about concerns, inadequate content, screen time. We are concerned by how they manage relationships with others, unknown people, strangers who can hurt them. How do they manage emotions? They can feel too important due to a like, or very little important because they haven't received that like. We are concerned by crimes that could affect them. So in this panel, we're going to be talking to different experts from different fields. This is, I think, our wealth. We are worried by many things. Not everything that we do is bad, but I think we can also improve what we do. I'm going to invite Maria Salmerón, Yolanda Corral, and Silvia Alvarasoldo so that we can start little by little the panel.
Bueno, nos faltan dos. Ahí está Nuria.
We have Nuria over there. Borja, who was saying, we're not going to have enough time. We have to talk about a lot of things, and we're not going to have time. He was complaining that he was the only boy on the panel, like Pablo, and Borja will now join us. To my left, I've got Nuria Perez Paredes. She's a creative coach and founder of Sparks and Rockets. She shares many contents on how to boost our own creativity and our children's creativity. Round of applause for Borja, please. It is difficult to dig deep nowadays. Very difficult to analyze in depth because we're going very quickly. And we've got Borja Suara, who is a teacher, lawyer, consultant, expert in law, strategy, and digital communication. And we'll probably start with you. Maria Salmerón, she's a pediatrician, writer, and the coordinator of the group of ICTs of the Spanish Society on Teenagers Medicine. She's an expert in adolescents and also in younger children. We also got Silvia Lavasorda, doctor in psychology, lecturer and writer. And then we also have Yolanda Corral, journalist expert in cybersecurity and founder of a space called Palabra de Hacker, Hacker's Word. It might seem a little bit freaky what she posts, but it's very interesting, a lot of the things that she shares online. I'm going to start with Borja. We've been talking about where the limit is. I'm worried. I'm going to check the device. Am I interested? Am I spying? Am I overdoing it? Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Yes, I think. That's what sound technicians do with a C. S is important in Spanish. To spy on our children, no. We would never admit this. We would never say that we're spying. To surveil our children, to control them, yes. We have different levels of surveillance, of supervision of our children in the physical space and in the digital space. I don't think we have to be too paranoid. Some parents are overdoing it, being intrusive with regard to the privacy of their children. And the Supreme Court here in Spain has said that even if you're a minor and you're not 18 yet, adolescence is related to the right to intimacy. This is the claim that they have. Mom, don't go in my room. Don't open my drawers. Don't look at this. Don't do this. This is the way in which, well, they have this right to privacy. It is a full right when they're 18, but the Supreme Court has said that, and this is very important, if we think that our children are at risk and they can be victims of a crime or harm, or if they think that this child is committing a crime, we're all worried about them being victims, but maybe our own children are making this crime or provoking it. Cyberbulliers also have parents. I don't know if you've ever thought about this. So we have to supervise our children, not only so that they're not victims, but for them not to commit crimes. And the Supreme Court has said that a parent is authorized to violating this intimacy as long as there's a certain risk of this child being the victim or the author of a crime. Not just in case, just as it is.
But right before we give the mobiles to our children when they're close to being teenagers, children start by being very young, and sometimes we allow them to be in front of the screens, and this is why pediatrists feel the urge to tell us to control if they can be in front of the screens when they're under 2 years old. We cannot hear very well. No, we don't hear very well from the booth.
Aquí voy a enseñar. Sí, está encendido. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias, Mario, por invitarme.
We don't hear very well in the booth.
Ahora parece que sí.
We still don't hear very well in the booth. When scientific societies, they are not, sorry, but we really cannot hear very well, and there's a beep in the sound.
Que nos lleva a hacer esa recomendación. Y ahora viene el porqué.
A ver. Ahora viene el porqué. Pausa. Cliffhanger, que llaman.
Y ahora viene el porqué. ¿Por qué hemos hecho, o por qué hay tanta evidencia?
Why there is so much scientific evidence at this stage? there were small studies where we saw that the impact of technology, even in a short span, could affect children in different ways, in establishing their connections, in starting and maintaining the language, and also when it affected their mobility, fine mobility, and other types. We have seen that many children who use the screens for a longer time, they sit down faster. But this happens because parents are having them sit down so they can watch the screen. And due to this, our recommendation, which is not just a mere recommendation, this is supported by evidence, is that under 2 years, children should not be allowed to use any screens. And also because they don't need it. They don't need screens because their learning is bidirectional learning. And they need to be in touch with other human beings, and they need to have a 3D contact and connection. For a child to learn how to eat, they need to learn to coordinate their hand and sight, and they cannot learn this on the screen because this is a two-dimensional surface, and development is connected from the first stage to the last one. If we do not accomplish the first stage properly, we will not develop adequately in the next stage. We need to be able to crawl, to then walk, to sit down, because if they do not follow the right path, they will have difficulties in other stages in their life. So even though you might think that this is too big an alarm that we are causing among the population, the truth is that there is scientific evidence, and that we, as pediatricians, we tell them not to leave their children in front of the screens. But this is the nuance, isn't it? No, you're saying that we do not recommend screens because they're not necessary? No, we don't recommend them because they're damaging, because it's impossible to tell how much time could be damaging for any child, because there are protecting factors and there are risk factors for a given child, but we do not know them. So a vulnerable child with a vulnerable personality will not react in the same way that another child would be, or other child subject to other risk factors would react. So the message to the population, the same way we say, is to decrease the amount of sugar we have. The message to the population is that under 2 years of age, we should limit the screen time that our children have, and if we do not do this, we should be consistent with our decision. And also we need to understand that the whole learning of the child happens in another environment. We should promote the rest of the learning that is obtained by the child in other environments. We need to make a difference because we are educating our child from the first time that we learn that we are having a child. From the moment your child is born, your child is seeing the way that we relate to technology. We do not need to teach them specifically about the way they need to handle technology. We are role models, and we are teaching them just by example the way we understand technology within the family. That's why I talk always about a family plan, where you cannot ask your child to do something if you do not comply by these rules yourself. I always tell moms and dads that from the moment that they know that they're going to have a child, one of the things that you need to consider is what's the role that you want technology to have in your house. And from then on, you can start looking at your pregnancy. I am sure that Sylvia encounters many different cases in her office when she deals with children. So what are the problems that you face more often? Do families come to see you regarding issues related to technology? Well, it's very connected to things that Maria was saying. There are cognitive development stages that children need to take. For instance, attention span. We know that when children are young, they have a certain attention span, and until 3-4 years old, they have an attention span network. They pay attention to everything that is changing around them. Not exactly when they're babies, but when they're 1 year old, we realize that when they see a change of color, they go and search for that. On the screen, this doesn't happen because stimuli are changing continuously on the screen. So that sustained attention that children can be affected by the overuse of screens in the house. So there are a series of cognitive processes that might not be developing adequately, and especially the social and emotional part of the development. When they're children, they need to interact with other human beings. How do we interpret emotions? What gives us the feedback about this? It's our face, it's our expression, it's our tone. If there's a lot of screen time and less interaction time, we see that this emotional development decreases. This happens with children, with teenagers, and with adults, and it has to do with the self-reflection skill. We are losing as a society the self-reflection capacity. Let's think about an adult. At some point, we stop and think, where am I? What have I done? Where do I want to go? But nowadays, when we stop, we just take out the mobile phone to see what's on in the social media, what are the new posts. So it's important that children see that we have certain times that we're just thinking about things, and we need to let them be. As a psychologist today, I say that it's good for children to be bored. There's no record of any death by boredom. This has never happened. And what happens? Children need to acquire frustration, learn how to acquire it, and they have nowadays zero tolerance for frustration because we do not let them be frustrated at all. We do not need to impose frustration on them, but they need to learn that at some moments in life you need to get bored. And what happens then? You are actually promoting creative learning, and you're creating many things. So we should be wary before we bring out the screen when a child is bored. We need to teach them how to use them correctly, and we do not need to use them as an emotional pacifier. Let me ask Nuria. I'm trying to process what you have both said. But let me ask Nuria, how can we help our children to learn how to handle their boredom and not to offer them a screen right away? No, we cannot hear anything. I think that children are lacking role models. We are the first ones not to be bored. We are hyper parents. We have so many tasks to do all the time. We are always saying that we do not have enough hours in the day. We do not get to do everything we need to do. We have little time. We never get bored. So if they never see us doing nothing at home, how can we teach them to do that? And we lack two things that our parents had. First of all, is patience. We do not have patience for them to learn how to tie their shoelaces. And today we start with the shoelaces, and then it's the homework. Tomorrow will be the homework, etc. And if we do not we tend to give them the mobile to solve all these things, and we lose track of the long term, because these children are growing, and in 10 years we will be telling them the screen is evil. So when did this happen? When did this thing that I used to give you for you to be entertained become this awful and evil thing for them and for us? Creativity, as Sylvia said, needs to be based on boredom. I mean, when we're bored, we discover things that are better, something that is way better than any screen. Who we are, our interior world. When they get to high school, they don't even know who they are. And this is also happening to adults. We are influenced by the external world. We're always sucking in what's going on outside, that we have lost touch with our interior world, and they're not seeing. This is the example that we're setting. D'Angelo used to say that you do not tell things to children, you show things to children. Children are always ready to grab the example that we're giving them. We need to get bored ourselves. There's something that really calls my attention when children are slightly older and we have decided that they get into the digital life, or they decide to get into the digital world by themselves. When would be the right time? What would be the legal time for children to be in the social media or to have an account in certain digital environments? And this has not only to do with the personal data, but what time can they actually do things, and what does the law say about parent consent? One thing is when they can do it, and a different thing is when they can legally do it. When they can do it when they're 9 or 10 years old, especially when it has become a real fashion nowadays for us to give a mobile phone for the first communion, even when they do not do the first communion, because children have friends who have done it, and they tell you that they have received a mobile phone as a present, and they ask their parents to have one too. Some parents are very optimistic and think that their children won't have one until they're 16. In my case, for instance, I gave my children a mobile phone when they were 12, because this is like the transit going to the teenage years. Legally, they should not enter the social media until they're 14. There's a certain margin up until 16 and never below 13 years old, according to the European regulations, but with parental permission, they can enter the social media earlier, but from when they're 14 years old, they can get into the social media by themselves. This panel was about the things that we should focus in and not worry about. People tell me a lot, or very often, that we should educate in values, and this is something that they feel very happy about. It's one of these sentences that just people say, and that might be a bit meaningless. But we should, before we give a child a mobile phone, we should teach children what a mobile phone is about. The same as children taking the first communion have been taught about what this means. We should do the same thing with a mobile phone. With the hashtag of the event, you can find me with my family name at Suara, hashtag at Suara, and I've posted the 10 rules for for teenagers in the internet. The commandments are the things that they should not do, that a teenager should not do, or a preteen should not do when they're given the first mobile, and also on a screen format, so you can use this as a wallpaper in the mobile phones of their children when you give them the first mobile phone. This is a translation of their legal rights, their do's and don'ts for their use of the mobile, so that they don't become criminals later on. This might sound too serious, but the truth is that every day we hear about children committing crimes. This is okay. We're taking this very well so far. I wanted to ask something to Yolanda, which is not for you to explain the difference between hacker and cracker. Hackers are not the bad guys. The cyber criminals are the bad guys. They are not hackers. They do not necessarily know the technology. But beyond the grooming, the sexting, and all these crimes, technology is entering our houses through a machine, through a router, and then it reaches our mobile phones through waves and 4G and 5G or whatever it takes. So how much do families know about this? Are we using something without knowing at all how it works and how to protect ourselves? Because when we use a car, we all know how to protect ourselves. Maybe we don't do it, but we still know it. Well, I think the answer to your question is that we are not ready. We do not take the basic precautions that we should. We do not care or take care of the basic things like the digital safety. If we do not do this right, we cannot pass these devices to the younger ones. Because if we do not know how to take care of our security and our safety, our children will not know how to do it. They do not know that they should cover the cameras or choose a complicated password for your router and Wi-Fi and all these things that we have heard 1 trillion times, but we do not pay attention to. If we do not do all these things and we do not teach them how to do it, I think it shows that we're not wearing or taking care of all these things when we give our children the devices. And the younger the children, the safer the devices should be. We need to explain to them how they should protect themselves and concern themselves with these things. They arrive at schools or high schools because I find children who are older in schools and high schools, and those who are so-called the digital natives are actually very at a loss when it comes to the precautions that they should take. Many children do not care about the passwords that they need to use. I find many children in schools and high schools that are sharing their passwords with their best friends as a proof of friendship or love, and they think they get along really well with their friends, and they think, what will my friend do to me if they're such dear friends? And this can become these relationships can change. The person that you loved forever suddenly ends up being turning themselves into a criminal because they're using the password in the wrong way. When you download something in your mobile phone, there's a lot of personal information that is connected to these downloads.
Well, if as adults we don't really take care about this, young people are not going to do it. It's maybe in their case, their concept of privacy, intimacy is diluted with internet. In our case, we've received non-internet education, and we can understand what privacy is. But in younger generations, they've been brought up in a glass house, and they're used to being seen, to seeing others. Maybe someone might say, don't post that, because if you're hired by a specific company, that company will be able to see this or that. This has changed. The concept of privacy is not the same. Probably they will just have to learn with mistakes, as we do, we have to learn how to be a little bit more reserved, especially with regard to secrets or the core of our privacy. This is a great conversation to have at home. What is the core of our privacy, intimacy? I think about the digital life of teenagers, and digital life is not only apps and social media. There can be strong use of technology before adolescence. That doesn't necessarily imply social media, maybe learning an instrument via app or drawing. So in certain circumstances, we have dangers, or there's a harm or potential harm to our emotional health. But if we are afraid of seeing this harm on emotions, feelings, self-esteem, how do we turn these fears into conversations that we can have with our children? I think, first of all, we have to know that fear is not really going to help us. Normally, fear makes you feel paralyzed. Oh, I'm afraid on the internet, social media, so no, blocking. And this is a mistake. We know that knives, for example, are dangerous for younger children, but you cannot tell a child you're never going to use a knife for the rest of your life. This is absurd. The tool is not bad in itself. What has to be our concern is the bad use of this tool. This is why we have to sit down, we have to educate, we have to talk, to be able to support children with regard to the use of technology. How do you talk to your children about this? The importance of self-esteem, of them acknowledging themselves, recognizing themselves, etc. For example, model. If you don't set an example, well, maybe that speech is not going to be at all useful. Or if you think today is the day we're going to have the conversation, everything is prepared, we've got the drinks ready, we're going to sit down on the sofa, we're going to have this conversation, tomorrow we're going to have education in values, and then the next day the dangers of internet. This is something that has to be constant, every day, setting example, many conversations. For example, as psychologists, we say that at least one meal a day. We know that lunch is complicated because we're at work, at school, but not only sitting down to have a meal is eating food, but we also have to share that moment as a family. We have to look at each other. We have to look at our faces. We have to share our emotions. We have to share our concerns. And this has to be done in a natural way. We cannot just say in a forced manner, today self-esteem, tomorrow internet, tomorrow this. How to value ourselves, respect ourselves, love ourselves. I have to set that example. I have to, if I talk about respect, but immediately I start screaming, well, I'm not being coherent. I normally ask people, do you talk about technology at home? Yes, we do. Yes, when technology is on the news, we talk about the news that is being shown on the TV or whatever. Or before it was easier when children were younger. So instead of talking to them in this way, we should share it. How do we feel? Sometimes it seems that this speech, here I am, I'm teaching you, doesn't really reach the right target. It has to be, as I say, something constant every day to listen also. We have to see each other. There has to be this visual contact. Maybe you look for... Parents tell me this. I found the right moment. We're all in the same car. They can't run away. So this is when I talk. But what are you doing? You're driving. You're looking at the road. Or are you looking at the rear mirror to see their reaction? This is a conversation that is important. You have to give it importance. You have to fight at adequate moment, everyone looking at each other, etc. I will take this into account. It is true that at dinner, the five of us are together, but it's difficult sometimes to intervene because the other members of my family talk a lot. When we talk about digital health, I think there are certain aspects that have to be cared for. When we talk about health and the impact of technology, well, first of all, keep calm. Digital health, why? Technology has an impact on the global aspects of human beings, physically, psychologically, and socially. In psychological point of view has been mentioned. Social interaction is essential. Mother who is breastfeeding and looking at the mobile phone at the same time. The father that goes to the park with the child and is looking at his mobile phone. And when children are 14, 15, we're all sitting at the same table, but we're all with our own mobile devices. This also happens when we as adults are with friends. Well, mobiles in our handbags, and we want to share the moment. We want to have a direct contact physically. Maybe the strongest impact has to do with sleep for several reasons. Hormonal impacts, melatonin. This is also related to overweight, to sleep deprivation, etc. But the message that I would highlight is that the majority of things that you need to know to be able to accompany your children with regard to the digital sphere is outside technology. We're talking about adapting or establishing limits according to age. We're talking about setting an example. We're saying that technologies are something more than just that. Well, they're part of education at the same time. We need to use our common sense. We will have to reinvent many things, but we have to be aware that it is not the same to talk about a 2-year-old than a 5-year-old and a 16-year-old. Teenagers, I tell this to many parents, a teenager is like a brakeless Ferrari, with a car with no brakes, full of hormones, activity, etc. And the last part of our brain that matures is the brake, and that is the equivalent. This is what we have to deal with, and we've all been tweens and teens. If your child, what we were saying before in the panel, each child has a different need according to age, and also that child that was using a screen and then felt nervous, maybe that child needed a different support. We have to look out for these signs. We have to adapt, we have to know, we have to be familiarized with all of this without demonizing technology. And I tell parents, leave the mobile at home. There has to be a specific space at home to leave our mobile phones. We have to have mobile-free zones. We have to share moments without technology. We have to watch a film without these devices. So it is important to set a good, active example, but at the same time, they have to see you using technology in a way that cannot be criticized as much. Set an example, of course, but of course, at the same time, parents, due to this idea of the digital native, it seems that we don't know how to control or dominate the situation. It is education. If you feel 100% sure about telling your child at 8 p.m. you have to be at home and that's it, and there's no, I'm just giving an example, not necessarily 8 p.m. The same goes for saying from 8 p.m. onwards, no technology at home. That's it. Well, maybe you say, my child really knows a lot about technology and I don't, but well, yes, this is what I hear from many parents. How am I gonna take the mobile phone from him? He knows so much about technology. Well, he's an expert in how to manage the screen, etc. But he has no critical judgment. Can he really distinguish between a true information or untrue information? We have a Ferrari at home. It can do many things. Creates many things, undoes many other things. How can we help them analyze in depth? We can see this in social media. I'm here. I'm a fan of all these experts that are here at this panel. I follow Borja, for example. And suddenly maybe he says something on social media and he receives critiques from 28 people. And everything goes very quickly. We give our opinion. How can we help children? How can we help children dig deeper, analyze deeper? I think we have to promote inquiry in them. What do you think? At some point, they told us that education was related to stimulus, 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 and we stopped asking our children what they thought. We've been using all these manuals, books, board games, etc. What do you think about this before looking at Wikipedia or writing a specific project? What do you think to generate this habit of asking questions constantly? Well, at home, my opinion is valued, is taken into account. This makes children ask themselves more questions, and maybe, well, the child learns that his or her opinion is important. And when it comes to adolescence, any other opinion, maybe they might think, well, this other opinion is more important than mine. I think it is very important to create one's own opinion. And now I have a question for Borja. We all think we have an opinion, and we all feel the need to share this opinion, and not always do we know how to manage sharing this opinion. We're talking about giving arguments and explaining something without insults. If your account is public, how do we talk to our Ferraris, to our teenagers, children, with regard to opinions that might be different from our own opinions without generating a conflict, with not necessarily setting a good example? I think you're answering your own question. First of all, as you were speaking, some ideas that I feel obsessed by, as you. First is self-control. I'm a university teacher. I've got 3 children who have already gone through adolescence, and with the youngest, we have talked about freedom of expression. He's a fan of social media, and maybe in my case, I can see it in my students, and they are constantly online. They need to check notifications, etc. And we need to train our self-control. In the case of freedom of expression, we have given them a bad example, not only in social media, but also on TV. If we look at TV programs, TV formats are based, normally these debates are based on conflict, and we have people screaming at each other. And the 16th and 17th Spanish scholastic, with the arguments, counter-argument until La Clave, more or less, was the program that we had here in Spain. You are right, but I consider this has been lost. And I call this the that's it syndrome. It's not about having good arguments. It's about surprising, about gotcha. It's not, we can see this in Parliament. It's about insulting or taking the floor or being provocative. This is what is successful. And in social media, I took to everyone. We have trolls that might be very harsh, but if you manage to reconduct that situation, it can end well. But some people feel that they live in a hostile environment and they have to be hostile. And the other day, children were talking about a joke on Rick Astley, and you need to be able to have a certain age to be able to know who Rick Astley is. And a lot of millennials will criticizing me, saying, well, we're young and we've understood this joke and we know who he is, etc. And this is a joke that can be related to social media. Two people face each other. How are you? Oh, well, I'm better than you. And sort of these quick reactions, these when giving this example not only in social media but also on TV, in TV programs, not only Mujeres y Viceversa, some programs that we have here in Spain. Viceversa don't understand, the audience doesn't really understand what this refers to, this format taken to other formats on TV, the debate on certain channels, etc. is the same that we find in social media. I fully agree with everything. I think it is interesting to play this game from early ages. In your case, they're older, but a game is to choose a topic. If they're very young, not for older children. Today, it is raining. Why is it good that it's raining? Well, because farmers, etc. Why is it negative? And then now you have to defend the other side of the argument. In your case, you have to talk about more intellectual things, but a couple of weeks we witnessed the political debates here in Spain, and the next day I phoned the school headmaster saying I'm going to be at school tomorrow at noon to be able to show children how to debate. And this is a simple exercise. Let's take this topic. For this is good. Then 10 minutes time you will have to defend the other position as something evil. And it can be a super fun game. They have to understand that the world is not made of black and white. We have all sorts of grey shades, and this grey with regard to screen time, I think that we can know that children can be very passive. Oscar Gonzalez hasn't been able to say. Silvia, what did you want to say?
I love what you're talking about, but I would also add that we need to focus our viewpoint that might be different, but always starting from a respectful viewpoint and trying to empathize with the other person that we're talking to. We might have different opinions, but that doesn't mean that I should insult you. And I would set a very clear rule from the beginning, from when they start using the social media, and also for the adults, anything that you would think twice before you would say that in the face of someone, don't write it. when we're in the social media, we're even braver than in the real world, and we tend to say more offensive things than in the real world. So if you just wait for a couple of minutes and you don't say things that you wouldn't say to the other person in their faces, I think the amount of criticism and the negative and damaging comments would be dramatically decreased. I would be serious now to say something. There's been an evolution from tolerance to respect. The speech about tolerance was born in Europe due to the religious differences, because we had so many wars due to religious difference. So we have a certain tolerance for a greater good of not killing each other. But then from tolerance, we move towards respect to the minority groups or other people. Now, it's good to have people with different opinions, and the fact that we find people thinking something different from what we think initially upsets us, but we should be glad about it, because if we all thought the same, one of us would be unnecessary. When we see the debates in the social media, we see that these are fights to see who's winning, and there should be conversations where everybody gets enriched with the views of the others. Before, this was what happened in universities, on the parliament. We called it opposition, not because there was an opposition to the ideas of the government, but because they presented different arguments. And it's not nowadays only the opposition setting contradictory arguments, but it's also the government who is saying insulting messages. But we should teach that there's a truth in everyone. In this sense, certain families are damaging their children because they think that the mother and the father should have the same opinion, but this is not true. Sometimes dad likes something and mom likes something different or doesn't like the other thing, and we should teach diversity through this example. We do not want to debate anymore. We're trying to convince the other person, and there's a work to be done in this field, because our own confirmation bias makes us grab the things that are closer to what we think, and also we have the bubble filter imposed by the internet, and so we end up living in a very constricted world. I would like to hear about 3 main aspects in cyber security that you would recommend people to be informed about so that they are safer. What we want is our children not to become cyber criminals, because we all tend to think about the victim side, but we need to do things more or less well. We need to go back to the basics. We are in a world where technology is very present, but we need to concern ourselves to make the security of the utmost priority, because there might be several recommendations that we could implement from the physical viewpoint. We need to go back to the basics, the things that we need to do for having our children safer. For instance, we should be able to manage our passwords. I don't think I'm going to tell you anything new, but every time I say these things, I find that there are many people who are not applying this basic rule. So if we do not concern ourselves to make safe passwords, because these are the entry points to our personal lives, if we do not teach this to our children, we might have later tantrums at home, because our children find that the other person has had access to their Instagram account because they had a lousy password for this account, and they do not have a second authentication system, so it's safer. aside from having a safe password, you also have a two-factor authentication normally connected to your mobile phones that where we receive a code to verify that we are accessing our accounts. In this way, we will be preventing our children from coming home one day crying because somebody else had access to their accounts. And this is as basic as wearing underwear. And it's clear that we do not share our underwear, so we should not share our passwords either. They need also to change their underwear regularly, and also they should change their passwords regularly. Maybe not on a daily basis, but very often. And this is something we should teach them. How many people here in the room has heard that we should cover the webcams in our laptops? You have all heard about it, and what do you connect it with to cover? How many of you also cover the cams in your mobile phones and your tablets? And we need to teach this to our children and young children and teenagers. And sometimes they have two cameras, one on the front side and one on the back side, and we should cover them all. And we do not teach them only to cover this because this is something scary. We have to teach them why we are covering them and teach them what risks are involved in this. Obviously, also the microphones. Why do we put the speakers in the house, and why do we call them speakers when they're actually microphones? Why do we have these devices at home? We need to be aware that they're home when we use devices that with which we speak to give them instructions, to give us directions, or to tell us what the weather is like. Do we know? Are we aware of what we have made enter our house? Before the coffee break, I would like to ask you all a question. What should we be concerned about when we talk about technology and family? In one word. My word would be talk. I started talking about supervision, and when we think that there is a certain risk for them, but also before that, supervision comes when we think there is a risk, but we need to talk with them, and we need to start these conversations when they are very young, so that we build a trust, so they can tell us what has happened in the internet to them. My word would be sharing from the positive viewpoint, from the positive aspects of technologies. I've seen this documentary. What do you think of using this for a certain subject? And it's different from telling them don't do this, than telling them, listen, I'm a bit concerned about this. These are the risks that this entails. What do you think? And I think this creates an empathy with children, and it's easier for them to obey. My words would be education. This is something else that we need to educate about. To educate actively would be my words. I would say the same word as Maria, to educate. Imposition is not working. Imposition works while you're looking at them, while you're surveying them. But once you're not there, they will do it at your back and when they're on their own. So you need to educate them so that they know the benefits and also the risks, as Yolanda mentioned before. I think we're all using the same words differently. I would say digitally accompanying them. We do not only need to teach them many things, which we do need to teach them, but we also need to accompany them in the digital world, walk with them hand in hand. We will make mistakes together and with each other, and we will also get past these mistakes together. While we digest all of this, we are going to have a break for a coffee.
bed at night, it's all I can hear, but I wanna let you in. I lost all I got, and you are to blame, and then you are leaving me. And now that you go, I knew it all. I found who I am again. Too good to know I'm not alone. You helped me find my way. It's all for love. Right to my inner world. It's all my letting go. It's all for love. The right to believe in love. It's all my letting go.
Sí, 7:10 máximo.
Bienvenidos.
Welcome everyone to this debate. I hope that you have had a coffee. I think we have been here for learning for a long time already, and I'm told that you can hear me well. One of the sentences that we hear more often, and that parents, when you talk about technology and family, mostly ask you about, is my children asking for their mobile phones. This could be the $1 million question. But first of all, let me thank Janelle, her excellent tool that she has given us to educate our children, to raise our children, and that we will go through with you. Janelle Hoffman has numerous family, and she became a phenomenon in the United States after she wrote a first contract for the use of her elder child use of the mobile. And now she's a leader, a speaker. She is specialized in technology, media, health, relations, and well-being. And she is the author of this book that I hope many of you have read. And I have this book at home, and they mock me because I have it all underlined and highlighted. And she's the author of I Rules, What Every Tech-Healthy Family Needs to Know About Self-Esteem, Gaming, and Growing Up. This book was published in 2014, and it was published at the end of 2018 by Ediciones Real. It's a pleasure, Janelle, to have you here today. I had the opportunity of sharing with her earlier, with her and Maria Zavala, and I think she is a wonderful woman. Maybe throughout this conversation and due to the translation, the debate might go a bit slower, but we will try to make this work fast.
Here. It's my great privilege to be in Spain, visiting from Massachusetts in the United States. And so to the publishing house and to Maria and to everyone who's made this work today, thank you so much. But more than anything, thank you, Spain, for having a coffee break at 8 p.m. Like that's... How could I ever leave when that's the reality of what's going on here? So my deep gratitude from being jet lagged that this is something that you offer. I felt right at home. So thank you very much.
Bueno, tenemos también con nosotros a María.
We also have Maria Zavala with us. There is little that we can say about her. You are not going to say them yourself, so we'll have to introduce you. She is a journalist. She is a mother of 3 kids, and she is specialized in learning to read and apps and social media. This is the 2nd edition of this summit, and she cooperates with companies, families, and education centers, learning centers, and she is promoting a safe, positive, creative, and responsible use of all these technological devices. And me, I'm Maria Falvide. I'm a journalist. I work in a consulting agency in Bilbao that deals with trends in the market and technologies. I'm a specialist in trying to close the digital divide. And this is why I started a few years back a blog called Suing the Digital Guide. And to me, it's a reward to be here today because I have read and reread your ideas, Janelle. So thank you so much for your contract, because this has helped us a lot as parents. I would like you to tell us how this contract came about, this contract that a few Christmas back she wrote with her husband. Her husband is here today too. And we should put our hands together for them both for coming here from Massachusetts. And together, they wrote down these 18 rules in this contract that they wanted to pass on to their son, Greg, when they give him his smartphone when he was turning 13, when he was 13. So where this initiative came from, why did you have this need of writing this down for Greg?
Question, and it's a question I get a lot, which is the why, right? Why write a contract? Why did it feel important to you? And bear with me as I manage all this tech that's on me here so I can fully understand you too. So for me, writing that contract was absolutely a process that I could look at my own fears, I could look at my own bias about technology, and I could start to identify the fact that, yes, I want to say yes to the internet in the life of my children because I was seeing the benefits. But also as a person who was running parenting workshops and working with young people and families in my community, I also understood that it came with a lot of challenges. And so for me, writing the contract was an exercise and a process in saying, what am I excited about? And what am I nervous about? And how do I want to make sure that my son can use the technology for its highest good without it taking over his life, without it being central to everything that he does. And I didn't want to take away from everything we had worked those previous 13 years to build in our family relationships and in our human relationships. And so writing that contract really became this opportunity for me to recognize that he was growing up and becoming more independent, but also write him this love letter at this crossroads of saying, you know, I'm putting a device in your hand that's really powerful, but I'm also always here for you. And so it was a nod to his independence and also an opportunity for me to say, but I'm still here regardless of the fact that you're growing up.
Ujú. Sí que me gusta.
Maria said before that we needed to have this type of debate. I think that we have realized that there were many women talking about this, but also we have had 3 mothers, 3 specialists in communication, and 3 people who take our time to convey to parents the tools to make a responsible use of the internet. So, Maria, how often do parents ask us this question without realizing the fact that having a first screen when their children are 10 or 13 years old, we need to have worked on their technological independence beforehand? Parents look for guarantees. As a mother, I look for guarantees. What can I do so that my children do not have any issues at all? So in the internet world that we are not very aware of, we want to protect them at all costs from any issues. So what people want are closed answers. And I'm sure Janelle has a greater experience about this. They don't ask you about the gray tones. They ask you about the blacks and the whites. Isn't that so?
Yeah, there's always this idea, and I'm with you. So as a parent of 5 children, so currently my children are, I have an 11-year-old daughter, a 13-year-old daughter, a 14-year-old daughter, a 16-year-old son, and my son that I wrote the book is now 19. So it's amazing how fast it goes. I also just want to acknowledge that too, that it feels sometimes like that adolescent period will be forever. And I encourage all of you to hang in there and really try to enjoy it and try not to let the technology that's in their lives prevent you from having a meaningful relationship with them. And we get so hung up on doing it exactly right. We want to be experts. We don't want our child to have any pain, discomfort, make any mistakes, when in fact, those things are so necessary to growing up. They're so valuable. Of course, they're part of the experience of being human. If we know that our young people will make mistakes away from the screens, of course they'll make the mistakes on the screens. And so often when I work with families, there's this idea that there's this tension around technology. And I want to smooth that tension for families so that it doesn't go by so fast and we missed enjoying our young people because we were trying to get it perfect. So in no way is the book or my work, or I speak for all of us here, are we asking parents or kids to be perfect on the journey? But what instead we're saying is try to get educated. Try to think about how they're using the technology, why they're using the technology, what might be fun about it for them, right? How many of us have asked the question, why do you like this app? Why is this game fun? Why are you asking for social media? How do you want to use it? Can you show me? Can you teach me it? Tell me about it. So the more curious we can be with our young people, the better served they'll be, because it will actually strengthen the relationship instead of taking away from it and building a wall. And so to your point exactly, that there will be no guarantee, right? Even if we wear our seatbelts and we put on a bike helmet and we take all of these safety precautions, there can still be accidents and mistakes. And that's part of all of us being humans. We've, as adults, been misunderstood before on technology. We've maybe overshared something. Or perhaps we've said something we wish we could take back, right? That's a natural part of what this means. So what our young people need more than anything is our guidance and our support and our compassion and our understanding. Also, our ability to lead and set boundaries and teach. And in all of that messiness, right, that's a lot of sweaty work, there will be no guarantees. We'll try to do prevention. We'll certainly try to help them through those mistakes, but nothing is promised, so we just have to do our best. And I think that's really the call to action, is that we show up in the way that all of you are showing up here today, in the attempt to really do our best and surrender to this idea of perfection.
En este sentido, porque habla...
Just to give the floor to Maria, the need to guide them. I firmly believe that us as mothers are brave, very brave. And many workshops we hear mothers saying, I'm not prepared, I'm not ready for this, I don't know about this. They don't feel prepared. Maria says that mothers are like artificial intelligence. I think Maria has to explain this. Thank you. We were saying this is related to mothers and fathers. As everything goes very quickly, we always want tips that can help us educate our children as parents when we're worried. What age to give them a mobile phone or to leave them use screens from at 2, at 8, at 15. Of course, this world changes very quickly. We were saying this before. What is your assessment on all these changes that have to do with artificial intelligence, image recognition, all these changes, all these new worlds that are coming? How do you perceive them?
So technology is only going to grow more a part of our lives, right? It's not going to go away. I call this my no nostalgia clause for parents, is that this high level of acceptance that technology is here to stay. And the sooner we accept that, the better we are preparing ourselves, and we're also preparing our children. And the other panels today were absolutely brilliant in talking about preventative strategies, talking about communication, talking about education, and I wholeheartedly agree that the conversation is nuanced and important in that way. And so I want to just amplify a lot of the things that were said in today's earlier conversation, with the knowing that tech is only going to become more integrated into our lives, whether it's in the classroom, in the workplace, in artificial intelligence, in ways we don't even know yet. And the beautiful young people that are here will create for us, which is very exciting and, of course, a little bit scary. So what we can do, what we can only control, is the relationships that we have, right? The understanding of ourselves and of our family, and continue to have dialogue around that, continue to talk about the possibilities. Express to our young people that we might feel afraid, but we're willing to go on the journey, and we're willing to be curious right along with them.
Y siempre en esta era del Big Data.
In this era of big data, I like the phrase that by William Thomson Kelvin, a British mathematician, who taught his students that if you can't measure something, you cannot improve it. And in the book, and I use it in different sessions, and I do this with different parents also, what you're explaining is about taking a pen, a paper, rewriting the technological profile of children, measuring the technological temperature at home, how the relationship of our children is with regard to technology, because we talk about rules to have a digital plan for our families, but in many cases, we know that child might need one thing and our other son might need something different, and maybe 3 years have gone by since the first one had a mobile phone. Everything goes very quickly, and we need to take this into account. How to help parents to measure, to know well their children, so that from then onwards we can start establishing the rules. I think we lack knowledge with regard to our children to be able to set the rules at home.
You sure? Yeah. Okay. Because I was going to steal the show, even if you did. Okay. So I think parenting 5 children, I can say wholeheartedly that each of our kids, and Adam, you would agree that they're totally different. They have a baseline of sameness, right? They're from the same family. We're having a lot of the same conversations with them. We believe in the same things. But who they are, who they came into this world as, is very different. Just like they might have different appetites for different types of food, or different personalities. One's quieter, one's more extroverted and outgoing. The way they engage with technology is going to be very similar in that way. So there's not really a one-size-fits-all answer. It's this idea that we're parenting to the child. Who are they? What do they like? How do they interact with the technology? For example, my son that I wrote the book about, it was different when he was in middle school because there wasn't a game like Fortnite, right? There wasn't that possibility. So it's hard for me to say what rules would I have written for Greg about Fortnite because it just simply didn't exist, right? Same with the way that my 5th grader, my 11-year-old girl, is using YouTube way more than my oldest son ever did because it wasn't available to him in the same way. There wasn't so much content available. So we have to keep our iRules contracts, keep our conversations alive. They can't be static. They can't just be something we print and hang up on the wall and leave and hope for the best. That we have to be continuously breathing life into them for each and every child through each and every stage of development. And sometimes that might mean a meaningful conversation like setting an appointment. Like I would like to sit down and talk about the iRules as we prepare for summer, right? This is something our family is preparing to do right now because the way they use technology when there's no school is very different from the way they use technology during the school year and when they're busy. So we have to set kind of an updated agreement for them so that it works for what this summer looks like, which looked much different than last summer, right? Now 2 of my children have driver's license. Now 4 of my children are going to be working or, babysitting. So everything shifts all the time in family life. So what I'm asking families to do is hard work. Right? It takes energy and it takes effort, but the outcome is so worth it when we can truly get to know a child and then set rules and boundaries and conversations to meet their needs and to meet who they are. So not who we want them to be, not who we imagine them to be, but who are they? And so I used to feel like there was a one way to parent, right? And then you have 5 kids, you learn a lot. You get humble very quick, right? All of the things I thought I once knew, I have to unlearn and relearn to apply to a different child. It's the great adventure of my life. And for those of you who are parenting, I'm sure you're in agreement, is that it's never finished. Even my oldest went away to university this year, so I'm in Massachusetts. He went to California, and I was like, look at me go, right? That's done. Not so much. He's like, Mom, I want to come back to Boston. I want to transfer. And Adam and I are like, oh my goodness, I thought 1/5 of them, they were done. But they still need us just in this new way. And so I think parenting technology is really consistent with that we think we have something figured out. We think we have it solved. And there's a new app that comes out. There's a new game that comes out. Our child does something on the technology we swore none of our children would ever do. Famous last words, right? My child will never. And in reality, that means the very next day they'll do that thing just to prove you wrong. So knowing our children and parenting to them again and again and again is a critical step into developing a really healthy relationship with the technology, and not in a one and done conversation, but in an ongoing, consistent way.
Yo a eso añadiría solamente 2 cosas.
I would add 2 things to this. 3 things. We have to be firm and at the same time flexible. It is as important. On the other hand, we have to take things with a sense of humor, because they can be more receptive with a sense of humor. When it gets serious, but with certain things we have to be more relaxed if they're not so important. And at the same time, we have to consider it as work team as a. And maybe we have my older brothers telling younger children, knowing better than you know, or with certain tips or advice. And it is just, we all have to work in teams. When you have to supervise one of your children on social media, it is good to look for an ally. Sometimes it is an older brother, sometimes it's a cousin or a friend, someone who can supervise that child. Janelle, I've heard you say that sometimes you think that you made the contract for yourself. It is true that our children look at ourselves, look up to us. We want to be set an example. We've mentioned this before. How do you raise awareness? I've seen many parents, mothers, experts, professionals that are fully aware of the importance of dialogue, of talking, how to make parents aware that we are seeing every day that the digital well-being starts in ourselves, with ourselves.
About modeling here, and in no way do I set out to travel planet Earth and make parents feel bad, right? I'm not at all interested in parent shaming. I think there's a lot of ways that we're very hard on ourselves. What I see more than not parenting is the pressure we put on ourselves, right? And I want to acknowledge that. So when we enter in the conversation around modeling, I want you to know that I do it with deep compassion and deep respect from how hard your job is and how hard it is to be a parent today with so much going on, and also the pressure, again, to be perfect. But I think it's important, before we think about, I'm doing a behavior because I want to model it for my child, we think, what behavior do I want to see in myself? We have to put ourselves first, right? And I think a lot of times we're motivated to make certain changes because we're parents, and that's lovely, but it has to come from the self. It has to be a value, an intrinsic value, so that you understand I am a caregiver. Anybody who's in education or parenting or in social work in some way, you're giving, right? Psychology, all of these ways. So taking care of yourself is imperative. It's imperative that you're having a tech curfew so that you can get the rest you need. It's imperative that you're disconnecting sometimes over your weekend or over a holiday from your colleagues so that you can have an opportunity for creative problem solving and an incubation period. It's lovely that you can be present to look into your children's eyes or your partner's eyes to say, what was it like to be you today? Right? How are you? One of our favorite prompts at the dinner table is, tell me something that happened in your day I wouldn't know by looking at you. Right? Because I can see that they're doing homework, or I can see that they're studying for a test, but maybe something happens that I can't see, and that's what I'm curious about. So how do we enter into these conversations in a way that has a gentleness, but also an importance? And so I want you to think about yourself first, because so often we're thinking all parents should be thinking about their kids at all times and only making changes that benefit the family and benefit children. And I want you to think about what changes you might need that support you, that support what you might need. And I hope that there's some of you sitting here saying, I actually feel really good about my tech use. I'm actually doing okay. And that you have that sense of empowerment and confidence to say, no, I am pretty thoughtful about the way tech's in my life, and it's okay. And that we can always redesign our own habits and redesign family life. And then sometimes it isn't the question of what's happening on the technology. It's what might be happening if the screen wasn't here. So that as a family, we're allowing space for conversations we didn't plan on to emerge, for somebody to say something funny, for surprises, for opportunities. We talked a little bit earlier today about boredom, about potential, curiosity, something that isn't part of the plan of the day. And so sometimes I think it's critical that we create this space for the unknown. Instead, the screen can certainly be a barrier sometimes, because the screens are very interesting. It makes a lot of sense to me why we're on our screens so much. It never ends. It's dynamic. It's filled with information and people we can connect with, right? I absolutely love the internet. So I have to be really mindful of how much I love the internet and what kind of relationship I'm engaging and how intimate I am with the internet, right? And I have to set up some protection around that, because For me, as a social, curious, extroverted person, well, the internet is a very exciting place. So I can't let that replace how exciting and fun the people in my home are, the people that I work with are. Yes, at times. They are sometimes exciting. Absolutely. So, or, you know, having a conversation with a neighbor I haven't seen in a while, or connecting with another parent, right? So it's not sometimes, what are we doing and we need to correct it, but what might happen instead if we allow a little space for that. So when you're thinking about your family habit, don't think from a lens of, Janelle said I should. But think of it from an opportunity for reflection, an opportunity to say, what might I need? And that those possibilities are in your hands to make those changes, and it might be small. Don't go home for the whole overhaul, right? It's like this idea, if you wanted to change your nutrition, you wouldn't change what you eat every minute of the day. You might just say, I'm going to have more water. Right? You might just make a small improvement that feels manageable. You wouldn't say, I'm going to change everything. I'm only going to eat kale and broccoli and spinach for the rest of my life. Right? That wouldn't be realistic, and we know that. So thinking about if you're thinking, oh, I do want to make a change around tech, come at it gently and come at it in a way that feels manageable and doable for your family.
¿Vosotras no pensáis que muchas veces lo que nos pasa es...
Don't you think that we take these decisions because we are convinced in a certain way, but at the same time thinking about what other people say? How we use technology at home is related to our beliefs, but also related to, well, I'm not going to do this because this is wrong. Other people consider this to be wrong. I don't know. I have this perception in certain cases. Sometimes when people know that you're in touch with parents and you work with them and you have ideas with regard to healthy technology. Maybe you pick up your children from a birthday party and everyone's using mobile phone, and you get there and everyone hides their mobile phones because you're there, right? Or maybe if your children make a mistake with regard to technology, that also has an impact on you, of course. We are talking about healthy technological habits. Janelle talks about low-tech families, these families that have a positive attitude with regard to technology. They know their children well, they make mistakes, they learn. Is this possible? Do you know many families like these that use technology in this manner? Maria, in Spain, what's your opinion? Yes, I think that we do have people who have a positive relationship with technology, not a perfect relationship, depending on who judges this, of course, but I think that we have a lot of types of approaches. How I manage this and how I mention this with parents, I always say, think about you, think about your situation, what works for you, what's best for you. And I'm positive with regard to technology, and they sometimes think that at home my children use technology with no limits. But I think each one has to think of specific situations, children. I don't know if it's healthy to have only one model or just many models that are applied in different ways. Who establishes that a relationship is healthy with regard to technology? We all have to know this or apply this as following our own principles. Janelle, you were saying our family in real time is much better than any social media. The appealing part of face-to-face of
technology to take away from those relationships. And what I've found, so what's different from when the book was published, and now for the most part all of my children have become tweens or teens in middle school, high school, and college. And so what's changed is that we've actually deepened our relationship in the way that we use technology. So yes, the face-to-face is important, but also being able, I travel so much for work. I can contact each of my children individually to say, you know, how are you? And they will share funny videos, current events. We'll have dialogue. We have a family group chat where the 7 of us, minus my youngest who doesn't have a device, which she'll be complaining to me about forever and ever and ever. But, you know, where we can share our life together. Even though we're together in person, I'm also getting to know them in this other way that I didn't anticipate, which is technology can be a bridge to connection, a bridge to deepen the relationship instead of a wall. And in that way, when we apply the things that are important to us, like humor and politics and sports, and even things that are important to the kids that aren't necessarily important to the adults, when they want to share that with us over the technology, that feels very exciting to me. That feels like a great way to build the relationship. And so that's one change that I would say, is that it's actually strengthened our relationship to use technology together. And that's also been the side effect of being able to teach them how to use it, is that where, Adam might play a video game with the girls, or he'll sit down and say, okay, yes, you can show me that YouTube video that you thought was fun. Or my daughter, who is 11, my oldest 4 kids say, Mom, YouTube is her third parent. You never would have allowed us to be on YouTube this much. But then I see that because she loves Broadway productions and theaters, she's looking at how the puppets from The Lion King are being built, and she's studying that. And so to me, that feels like positive screen time. And so I'm reminded that not all screen time is created equal. It's about the quality of the screen time, the way it's supporting their interest in the things that they might be learning. So we can't look at every time that they're on a screen that it's a negative. It's how are they using that screen, and how is that screen supporting who they're becoming.
Sí, es que yo creo que además se mezclan muchas cosas. Yo, por ejemplo, mi hijo pequeño, pues
My younger child really adores Lego, and another one really likes Harry Potter. Sometimes there's a mix. Sometimes, Harry Potter, sometimes screen time, sometimes he looks for pictures of Lego, Harry Potter, and then this is then turned into something that can be projected, and then he looks for the soundtrack of Harry Potter, and then it means that he's passionate about Harry Potter Lego, and then he ends up reading the Harry Potter books. So it's a cycle that is related to entertainment and to learning. I mean, they have a different order. They follow a different order when it comes to learning, identifying different alternatives. Yes, I think that we have to learn how to find creative uses, creative use of social media. And our children should not just associate this to fear. There has to be a creative use of social media. This is important for parents. This is also important for schools. We haven't really talked about this in a school environment, but it is true that between all of us as a tribe, educating children, we have to be capable of offering them alternatives for them to use their creativity. We have to fill internet with creative, sustainable, positive content. We're not only talking about consumers, but they are going to be producing contents in the future. From the point of view of family, without specific knowledge, because Maria is already telling me that we have to start finishing this session, but how can we do this from family to be able to have a creative use of the internet?
I think that I would not have known as much as I know about the positive use of technology if I didn't talk to young people by the thousands. They have really opened my mind. I think I would have had a fear-based approach, a closed-minded approach. And when I go into communities and I'm talking to 8-year-olds all the way through university students, and the first question I lead with is, tell me what you love about technology. Because I know that if I come in and I say, here are the things you must do and you must not do, and tech is bad in this way, they close down to me. But if I say, tell me what you're excited about, tell me what's fun, and then by the thousands and thousands, I hear these beautiful examples of something they learned, something they built, something they're proud of, a good decision they made, a friendship, a fun time they had playing a game, something they've streamed that they've really enjoyed and been able to talk about peers with, a sporting event they could watch, right? It's such a positive part of their lives, but those things don't make the headlines, right? It's not a headline to say thousands of young people use technology typically. right? That doesn't generally happen. We see what makes the news is what gets attention. And so, of course, I want to do everything to keep young people safe, to do some prevention, both in my home and outside of my home, right? I do this work because I care about family systems and I care about young people. But if I'm going to say that I care about young people, I have to care about their positive experiences as much as I care about the things that we know are negative. And so when we actually listen, when we actually see that, I guarantee all of your children are making great decisions online every single day. That we need to reward those like we would in any other way, right? A good grade on a test, a goal playing football, any of these things we celebrate, and we want to be celebrating their digital successes, their digital good moves, and all of the tech positive things that show up in their lives, because even if they're teenagers, they want to be celebrated. They want to make you happy, right? They want to be rewarded for making a good choice, for staying out of the crossfire of an argument, for being civil, for saying this isn't my business, for not responding. All of these things happen every day in their lives and we ignore it. And then what we tend to say is, you're always on your device. Yeah. Or, yes, and we don't praise it. So what you want to see, celebrate, and ask to see more of it. Because I think that's truly what our young people are craving. It's like if all of you went to your jobs and there was no job description. You didn't know what the outline of the job was. You didn't know what time to come in and what time you'd be going home and who's going to train you and who's going to help you learn from your mistakes. That job would be incredibly frustrating if you were never rewarded or supported or guided or mentored. Our young people, and again, not just in my own home, outside of my home, across all ages, our young people want to make the grown-ups in their lives happy. They want to do right. They need your guidance. I once saw a sign in a library that said, there's no app to replace your lap. Right? And this idea, and maybe it doesn't rhyme in Spanish, so it's not so cute, but anyway, but it's a very special saying, meaning that you are the most important, that human connection, with the way you think about them, the way you think about their lives and who they are and who they're becoming and the way you support them, that is the most important thing in the world. And when we hold that close, there's no game, there's no device, there's nothing that we have to worry about because we know that that human foundation is incredibly strong. So we can address all of the challenges that come our way, and we don't have to be afraid, and we don't have to want to get rid of all the technology. We can show up fully in supporting our kids in all of the bumps in the road, right? In all of the highs and the lows, and that they know young people want adults in their life. They want grown-ups both away from the screens, and they want your guidance and support on the screens. They're craving it, and they need it, and it's actually one of the best preventative structures you could give them was a loving and trusted adult who consistently provides support in their life.
Bueno, la verdad es que yo creo que poco más.
There's little more than can be said, but it's really a pleasure to see the passion with which you speak about technology and family. And the three of us, I think we're quite convinced, and all of you here can see this. I will read a short paragraph that says that sometimes you might make a mistake. I will take the phone off your hands and we will talk about it and we'll start again. You and I are learning all the time. We are a team and we are together in this. Thank you very much.
Everybody. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I wanted to start this panel introducing myself because maybe I'm one of the least known people here. I'm a journalist. I work in the copy broadcasting channel. I work in the information services in the copy broadcast. We have a short podcast where we deal with all these family things. And when we started 2 years ago, I remember that one of the people who collaborate with the program and who came to talk about this technological globalization had seen in a session with worried parents, had encountered a lady who had stood up and had said, the only thing I know to protect my children is this. And she took the router out of her handbag. And this made me think, because I thought, well, we're not really in the right track. I don't know if the mother in question is here today, but I would hope that this mother had developed in this technological path, and I would like to ask her if she was carrying in her handbag the laptop and the mobile phone with her at all times. So it is a learning process, and we're all learning together, because I think the key is that the global media and the general media, like the one I work for, gives us the news, such as we have found a child molester because they were using the digital media, and how the police have found them. We don't want to hear the media telling us about this. We would like to hear the media telling us about how to prevent our children from being involved in this type of situation. I think that we can do this. We can keep moving forward. And out of all the things that we have talked about in this afternoon, I think this panel is obviously the most interesting one. Come on, I'm joking. But we have the tools necessary and the tasks in mind to implement going forward. But I think that this panel is particular in the sense that they're going to tell us about where to find the information that the general media do not have the time or the means to provide you with. So what we're going to do is we're going to be starting. There are public and private platforms that we have invited to be here with us this afternoon, and they will give us the keys to solve the problems. We have María José Abad from Empantallados. We have Cristina Gutiérrez from Internet Segura for Kids. Estefania Jiménez, she's a researcher in EU Kids in the Basque Country. We also have Beatriz Martín from the Drug Addiction Foundation, Fight Against Drug Addiction Foundation, and we also have Paula Valle from Dialogando. And we have asked them to introduce themselves. And I'm a mother of teenagers, so I will give you 3 minutes, and believe me, I know how to set limits to you as well. We will start with Cristina. If you feel more comfortable, you can stand up, or if you want to remain seated, I will leave the floor to Cristina Gutiérrez from Internet Segura for Kids and the Institute for Cybersecurity. Good afternoon. I want to say that it's a real pleasure to share this panel with all my colleagues, and thank you. My thanks to Maria to make this possible, where we can also tell you from our humble position what we're doing, and tell you that you're not alone, that we're working on making a better world for us all. I come from the Cybersecurity Institute. We are a public agent, and we are very concerned, and we try to work hard in order to improve the safety and the responsible use of the Internet through Internet Segura for Kids. This is a portal that gathers all the information about training and support through a hotline. And very soon we will be working with youngsters we will give them the voice so that they can tell us about their needs and translate these needs into materials or resources or even inputs to develop new legislation. And we do this as the Internet Security Service. In each country in the European Union, we have this type of centers, and from Spain, we are representing this type of activity. I'm also very glad to say that as the Internet Security Service in 2019, we have grown and we are trying to unite all the activities carried out by people like the people who have been here today, working towards raising awareness and offering you different types of resources and information, resources and things that you can practice at home and resources that you can bring to the classroom. And just to finish, I would like to tell you that our main activity is in the portal www.3k4us. We address ourselves to families, and we have all the activity that you can see here on the screen, and with a free toll phone that you can also see on the screen. I have to warn you that you have exceeded your time. So let's leave the floor to Beatriz Martín Padura. She's the General Director of the FAD, the Foundation for the Fight Against Drug Addiction. Well, I'm sure that you're wondering what am I doing here? Well, we were born 30 years ago in order to prevent the drug addiction, the drug use and abuse, and we work in prevention and also training the mediators, who are the main factors contributing to prevention, who are the teachers and the families. From there, we created a research center, which is the Reina Sofia Center, the Queen Sofia Center, where we study from a sociological viewpoint what young people think about anything that might concern them. We talk about different things, including technology, gender, education, jobs, life and health. Families to us have always been an environment that we have worked with always, because this is where children and teenagers learn. And as I said before, this was one of the key factors towards protection. And also technology is without hesitation the number one means of socialization for youngsters and children. And we have been investigating for many years, but let me speak mainly about our researches from 2018, where we studied about the risks, and I will give you some data without any intention of scaring you, but just for you to be aware of the situation. Sometimes we only think about what is really near us, but we're not aware of what the majority is thinking. So I think that these data might come useful. The other research deals especially with opportunities and what the youngsters think of us in terms of the support that we're giving them from the families, and also the interventions that we carry out from the educational system. We work with teachers, with trainers, with adults to learn about this, and we do things such as Conectados, which is a project which is now in its 6th edition. Over 25,000 teenagers have used this as a game. And there are also other resources for parents. We have a set of 10 rules for parents, and also we have recommendations for teachers. We also have a specific course regarding the gambling issue. when the betting games, the gambling that might really be more troublesome. And this is where we study the difference between gaming and gambling, for instance. We also contribute to the European environment of digital training through different programs, such as the one that you can see on the screen, Eraser, that is trying to train 30,000 teenagers on the use of media, and there's also a program that wants to give visibility to young women developing digital content, and this will also be a reference for young girls when they think about their future, because we do not want to talk about technology only from the viewpoint of the risks, but also in terms of the opportunities. We need to be aware that there are many people carrying out researches on the topics that concern us. Estefania Jimenez comes from the Basque Country and she belongs to the EU Kids Online group. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation and thank all the people who are here with us this afternoon. Yes, my name is Estefania Jimenez. I represent my research group. We are in the Basque University, but we are studying children from 9 to 16 years of age in the whole of the country. I belong to this study research group that is not only present in Spain but also in the rest of the European countries. So this has allowed us to make prospective studies in the past years, always adapting the research to the different circumstances and in each country, but it allows us to do some benchmark with regards to other countries in the north of Europe, in the Mediterranean area. So I'm very proud of being part of this project because I think that we have contributed a little or maybe a lot to the knowledge of about the use of technology by youngsters, and we have realized the evolution of these trends in the past years, and it's very difficult to summarize all the data that we gather in the studies that we carry out. They have always been funded, by the way, from the public environment, both from the European Commission and the Ministry, but it's very difficult to summarize it all. But I'm very happy that I have the opportunity of participating here today, because in about 3 or 4 weeks we will be able to publish and make the results of our last study public, and I think that this will be a very interesting loudspeaker to reach a lot of people. And I would like to show you some data, some key factors that I have extracted from the research that we have made. Let us finish with the introductions, and I will give you by heart a couple of data regarding the overuse. I think that it's important that we are aware of what concerns the children, what they do not do, because we tend to focus in what we see around us, but it's important that the researches are scientific. And this lets us know that 85%, for instance, do not feel that they have dropped, for instance, sleeping time or doing other activities in favor of the internet, but half the children within the age range tell us that they feel insecure when they're not in the internet. And this knowledge allows us to develop policies and legislation that is focused in this type of concerns, maybe not so much worried about the cyberbullying, but more focused in the permanent connection. I think that data help us know what we need to focus in. So please don't proceed for now, and we leave some suspense now so we do not lose the interest of the audience. But let's leave the floor to Maria Jose Abad. I think the work that her group is doing is very interesting. Her work is empantallados, and I'll show you a video that will summarize what we do. I don't think you can hear it now. Can you play it from the beginning?
¿Nos ha faltado algún detalle del principio? Sí, sí, ya va. Sí.
The video is coming from the beginning.
Sí, porque yo creo que sí.
Este es un padre que yo creo que os vais.
This is a father, and I think that you will relate to him when you see the video in full.
Es un spot que hicimos para lanzar el proyecto y que cuenta un poco cómo nos sentimos.
This is a commercial that we did to launch the project, and it tells us the way we feel about this digital world as parents. Could you please give us a summary of the video? I will tell you about Empantallados. This project was born in April 2017. We saw that parents, when they were asked about their major concern, their answer was the screens. I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know where to start with the screens. And this is the way Empantallados was born. And this is why we see in the video this father that is a bit at a loss. But we have a very positive tone, and we provide very practical tools. I think that you have been given a mobile parking area earlier, so you can download it from the website, but this is a very practical tool. Screens are very nice, but maybe when we get home, we can leave the screens aside in this parking area. Having the contract is another tip that you can use to handle the screens. All these things that might seem very difficult to tackle as a whole, maybe we can tackle them bit by bit. 3 actions that we have are the website, where the contents need to be very practical and can be used from our mobile devices. And this should not be as a big encyclopedia, but something a small bite. Also, we are asked to provide a direct line with the experts. In Madrid, we have a new space in Facebook for parental training, entrepreneurs training, and you are invited to join us here. And we had the last session of the Parents Academy. This was a great success. We had a bestseller author who spoke about self-esteem on the screens, and this is an idea that we have talked about earlier here today. This is not a technological and technical challenge, but has also to do with the personality and how to raise our children. And also the third factor is the third field we deal with is research. We have talked about the impact of the screens in family life, and we will tell you about the conclusions of this research in this conversation.
Thank you very much, Mario Jose. We finally have Paula Valle, who's an expert. She's the project manager in Dialogando. Let us hear about your project and the different tools that you've created. Thank you, first of all, to the organization for organizing this event, of course, or to all the attendees for being here at 7 p.m. on a Friday afternoon with this full capacity. It is quite a luxury. I work at Telefónica in all the initiatives that have to do with the responsible use of technology. We've been working on this matter for nearly 10 years, and we not only work on raising awareness on communication initiatives, but also we tackle this from different approaches. Everything that has to do with blocking content, pornographic images, the services for families so that they have a more secure digital life. Work with suppliers to be able to establish security parameters that should be pre-installed in the devices that we buy. And also with regard to audiovisual contents, as you know, we now have our own TV with our own content, and it is something that we're also working on. Regarding raising awareness, we have a platform that's called Dialogando to be able to promote healthy and responsible use of technology. It is present not only in Spain, but also in Brazil and other Latin American countries, and we deal with all the different concerns of families in general. We talk or we work with local content. It is easier to have sort of realities or contents adapted to local realities, and we work on key topics that we think are relevant. On the slide that I have brought, you can see different campaigns that we've launched. One has to do with cyberbullying, the other one with sexting, violence present on video games, and another project that has been mentioned by Laura Baena early on is a project that we launched with Malas Madres, with this foundation called Bad Mothers, and it has to do with breaking the digital divide between parents and children with regard to language specifically. We have mothers that come tell us that I don't understand what my child is saying. I've visited this place, I've met this character. And to be able to help families, we have created this project to give them support, and I invite you to visit it. Tenemos like, we have likes.com. Some mothers say this, I don't have time, it's like studying. I wanted to start with you, Cristina. We have talked about parents' problems. I mentioned this anecdote regarding the mother that was bringing the router. We have the 2016-2017 study available for parents. What have you perceived? Have you identified the same problems that we've been mentioning this afternoon? We haven't been talking about teachers or educational environments. We've adopted the point of view of parents, but we also, of course, need teachers. What have you identified? Well, yes, we have this service. Since October 2018, it has been extended to citizens and companies. It is very useful. It supports the initiatives undertaken by INCIBE to be able to tackle problems, parent, family member or teacher, minors, etc., and to reach even companies. This is an excellent starting point. It gives us more information with regard to our work. We have to understand its meaning. It's not a national rigorous diagnosis, but apart from quantitative information, we also gather qualitative information, and it is information that we share with other European countries that also have a hotline, as in Spain. It is a Safer Internet Center activity, and in a certain way it establishes a common European strategy to be able to have an internet that is better for children. Summarizing, what have we seen in this hotline service? We're seeing that parents are seriously concerned by the reality that they perceive as parents. A child that has an excessive use of technology, if he's caught playing online, or if a parent cannot take the phone from his or her daughter. And there's also a concern with regard to having resources, tools, to be able to have or create a sort of parental mediation to establish limits, restrictions. As parents, we tend to look at this from a restrictive point of view. I have to limit, I have to control, I have to set boundaries. They're all negative words, right? We want to see this from a positive approach, but we have to take into account that when we are contacted, it is because these parents are reacting to a specific situation, and they use these words, risks that are present in our society, in the media. We talk about cyberbullying, we talk about Momo, blue whale, and logically they phone you or they contact you from this reactive point of view. We try to convey the additional support which has to do with accompaniment, to work on this from the beginning, to be more preventative, and to focus the conversation on other aspects of family life, to go to this space that is related to the fact that technology is part of our routines at home. And we have to identify risk situation as a way to work on this, to have a positive outcome. Maybe we should go back to Estefania. It is true that you are the ones who can bring forward information from the point of view of research. We can go back to that data that you were mentioning before, the quantitative study. Can we show maybe some of this data? I don't know if you can see this properly on the screen, but there are a couple of things that I wanted to highlight, apart from what is being published, apart from what is mentioned in the media. But I'm going to allow myself not to give you, no, I think it's something that has been mentioned during the afternoon. We have to highlight the importance of methodological rigor. It is true that we have studies all over the place. It is not the same to talk about a survey with 100 children than having a more scientific, rigorous, strict approach. The difference between city and rural environment, between economic sectors. This is very important because these headlines, we get information based on these headlines, and half the media are always focusing on what is a scandal and what is more provocative, the clickbait. This is another different debate, I think. Yes, you're right. Who is behind these studies? Antivirus is going to publish a study that says that 80% of children have not installed an antivirus. At the same time, we have to see who is behind each study and what maybe the potential objective is. I think that scientific rigor is essential. If there's a university behind it, at the media, in the media in general, we know how to set the difference between what is rigorous and accurate. more than 2,000 children from 9 to 17 years old. General conclusion, more time of use, more risks, of course. This can seem obvious, but not necessarily higher level of damage. We learn through mistakes, dealing with challenges. A solution is not prohibition. I think in 2006 this didn't work, and it doesn't work in 2018 either. Education makes sense. We have to understand that as years go by, there are more risks. Those who browse more normally have more tools to be able to deal with risks. Laura, you were saying I had to finish before, so I couldn't really focus on this. The perceptions with regard to excessive use, and also apart from classic risks, cyberbullying is much face-to-face bullying is much more extended and frequent than cyberbullying. The problem is not cyber. The problem is maybe a violent environment at school, or cyberbullying, sexting, obviously grooming, the possibility of bad people getting in touch with our children, and the access to messages that are potentially harmful. 40% of children, teenagers, have had access to messages related to hate speech. This can be quite alarming, and this is related to data that we're seeing in Portugal and Italy and all around the world. How teenagers access this content. 40% of messages related to hatred messages. We also see that 45% of female teenagers have looked at pages that have to do with self-harming, self-mutilation. You have the data on the screen. Sometimes it's interesting to see how girls are looking for more information with regard to bulimia, eating disorders, or drug abuse. So it's very difficult to set boundaries in this. It is difficult for companies, for example, for Telefónica, companies such as Telefónica, and how to sever the head of this misuse in the grooming, sexting, cyberbullying, and all of this that has to do with our day-to-day, not necessarily a crime, a felony, how to deal with all this information that is related to content that can be inadequate. What content are they viewing? What spheres are they exploring? Would you like to mention any more data? If not, I'll give the floor to Beatriz. Yes. I know that media are going to give voice to this kind of information. When information is accurate, well, it is in the media. It is not the same to have hidden objectives than to have truth and scientific rigor. This is related to curiosity, but I don't know, Beatriz, you manage data that has to do with questions that you pose directly, that you do just directly in touch with teenagers. Well, we've got different levels of representation, more than 2,000 interviews, teenagers from 12 to 24. It is not about focusing only on the data. I'm a mother of 3, from 16 to 22. All of this was not in my mind before, but I think this internet data is interesting. Between 20 and 40% messages of hate. We have to work on respect in the different homes. We don't want these messages to be spread. If we didn't spread this information, they would have less impact. 66% talk about privacy, about the fear of sharing. 66% think that certain images can be shared without consent. This is quite frequent. For example, 34% of abuse and also a high percentage of abusers. 70% say that there is more harassment on social media than what we think. So without being afraid, we have to focus on this. And 55% talk about dependency, there's no addiction, as we were saying at the beginning in the first panel, but if the excessive use leads to a situation in which you cannot do other things, in which technology is the center of your life, this is a problem, of course. With all this data, María José, en Empantallados, how do you work on screens joining people, making us closer, considering that you have the experience with all the different experts? How can we make screens unite family members? I think it is important to establish spaces for conversation. In our website, you can join and check different tips. We have to use this opportunity to educate. In the survey that I've mentioned before, it seems that there's a paradox. Sometimes technology unites us, sometimes it separates us. And this has to do with 4 out of 10 say that technology can lead to conflict. And this is a reality that says that technology leads to conflict in many cases, and we need to be able to have tools to be able to lower these figures. Technology has to unite us, and it has to be integrated, as Janelle has said, in the life of our families. To be able to start closing this panel, I think that technology manufacturers are also involved in all this process. What are the challenges that we're going to have to face from now onwards? Especially, I think we have to connect with our children. This is something that we have to achieve. This is a concern in many families. Parents feel that they have few resources, to be able to deal with technology matters. When you had a problem years ago, offline, you had to apply certain values, and this is something that you have to apply nowadays. These same principles have to be applied to technology, to connect with them, to empower families so they have the capacity to support their children regarding these challenges, finding this mutual understanding, supporting each other with awareness campaigns, with data that help us understand the challenges that we are facing, and this will help us really establish this true connection. We could probably have 4 different panels for radio programs. Many data haven't been mentioned, many ideas haven't been mentioned, but the important message is that there's hope. A lot of us are working along the same lines, researching, creating interesting materials for us not to have to walk around with our routers in our handbags. So thank you very much to all the speakers.
Hola. Bueno, llevamos
Well, we have been talking as parents all afternoon, and some experts as well that we have had in our panels about the digital life of our children, if it has to be like this or like that, and the current panel that will be moderated by Maria de Meer. We will see different children, young people, and children from 7 to 17 years old.
Que yo os pido que les pongáis en...
I ask you to greet them today, because they could be doing anything else instead of being here. Of course, they want to be here. They are between 12 and 16 years of age, and we think that they have normal lives, but we would like to hear them and have Maria asking them questions that might be useful for all of us to develop conversations with our children at home, so that we decide also the way we want them to use technologies. There are no family names here. Experts told us to just have pictures of them from their bags. This is what we have been told, and only with their surnames. I would like you to leave aside our prejudices. If we do not agree with anything that they might say, we should still keep listening to them. And we are very used to criticizing them, but we are very bad at congratulating them when they do something right. And I'm sure that they do many things right in their use of technologies, and we hope that we see that they can express themselves very well as well. Maria is already coming here. Please put your hands together for Maria. This is a diva entrance, Maria. All yours. Hi, can you hear me properly? Yes, Maria, thank you so much, in general, not only for this wonderful panel that is the perfect closing touch for this session, but also because she understands this profession as a philosophy of life, and because she always manages to get around her such wonderful people. All these wonderful people that we get to know are here because they know Maria. So congratulations, Maria, and thank you very much for your work. Well, it's almost 10 to 8 in the afternoon. We have, in the fourth panel, they were saying that panel was the most interesting one, and maybe that was so, but mine is the coolest one, because we have been talking about you for 4 hours, and it's time to talk with you. I've seen you all. I think I hadn't seen Olivia and Santi. The rest of them, I had seen them before. We have met today, but I have many references of them all. We, in the DigCit Summit last year, some youngsters joined us in some of the panels, but this year what the summit wanted was to have a panel that was only made of children and teenagers, preteens and teens. Why? Because it's not easy to grow up in our world today where leisure, friendships, expression, and family life is spotted with technology. And it's another member of each family nowadays. So let's start. Let's delete all the myths, and let's build through this wonderful representation of the young people. Let's think of all the young ones who don't have the opportunity of being here today with us, telling us our lives, and who might not have the abilities and the cultural knowledge that you might have, because there are other realities in this world. But when it comes to the age and the usage of your mobile phones, you're all alike and you're all in the same hierarchy. And I want to thank you, because it's not easy to be here today. I know that they feel nervous, as I feel nervous as well, and I've been working on the radio for 20 years. But I've also, because I have asked them to be very honest, because if they aren't, nothing that of the things that we are doing here today would make any sense. At my left, I have Sancho, who's 12 years old. I think you can hear him very well, but please pass the mic along. I'm Juan, and I'm 14 years old. I'm Marta, and I'm 16. I'm Carolina, and I'm 12. I'm Olivia, and I'm 12. I am Noelia, and I'm 15. I am Santiago, and I'm 10. Let's start getting to know you better. Maybe some of your parents are here today. There are no wrong answers to this. Please believe me. They know you, they're raising you, but be honest. I will not make any difficult questions to you, but with all that your parents have heard to you today, you will have to deal with technology this weekend at home for sure, but not because of what you say, but because of what the previous panels said before. So really be honest, please. Sancho, which is the thing that you enjoy most in life right now? Playing video games. For example, Fortnite. Fortnite has been mentioned here as the thing that makes a lot of parents concerned. One of my favorite video games is Fortnite, but I also like, for instance, Spider-Man, based on the movie. How much time could you be in front of the screen playing? My parents do not let me spend so much time, but what's the thing that you enjoy most? Using my computer or the iPad. This is what I enjoy most. Marta? I think being with my friends and spending time with the friends my age. Sometimes with the mobile in our hands and sometimes not, depending on the occasion. If you spend the afternoon with your friends, you need to check your mobile phone to see what your mother has told you or any other notification. Yeah, I think the same as Marta, spending time with my friends, with my girlfriends. None of us have a mobile phone. You don't still crave the mobile phone. You're 12 years old because none of you have a mobile phone. I like reading and listening to music. What type of music do you listen to? I listen a bit of everything except that you've sung. And regarding the screens, I like watching movies and series and all that. Tell me a song that you like. I like Without You from the group U2. It shows that your parents come from the AGB education system generation. So some of you have told me that you like U2 as well, right? Do you have a mobile phone? What do you use it for? I use it to talk with my friends or with my parents if necessary, and not for many other things. Do you have WhatsApp? Yes. I use more my computer than my mobile phone because the mobile phone I only use it to talk with my friends or family, but the computer I use it to see things like you do, like Sancho and Juan. More the computer than the mobile phone. Manuela? What I enjoy most is being with my friends and going out. And when we are together, we don't use so much the mobile phone. But when I'm at home, I have my mobile at hand at all times because I'm talking with my friends, of course. What about the social media? I have Instagram and WhatsApp, but I don't use it so much. Anna, I've been told that you have been given a mobile phone. Are you happy? Yes, I'm quite happy. What's the thing that you like doing most? I like watching sitcoms and listening to music and being with my friends. Sometimes I watch some movies, or I copy things from the internet. I pick a drawing in the internet and I use it for drawing. So you find something in your iPad or on your computer, in the internet, something that you like, and then you copy it, putting a sheet of paper on the screen to copy it. Do you have a WhatsApp? I do. What has this allowed you to do? Before I used to use my iPad for sending messages, but most of the children in my classroom have WhatsApp, and now I can communicate with them. There's also a group, WhatsApp group in my classroom. So this enables me to be in touch with other groups that I wouldn't normally talk to. Do you use WhatsApp to talk about complex things? Is it easier to talk through the WhatsApp than in real life? You see more fights in the WhatsApp, and you read more insults in WhatsApp than in real life, because in real life you feel embarrassed. Let's put this topic aside. Let's finish this round and let's start the debate. Santi, your turn. What's the thing that you like doing most? I love drawing. Not copying, not carbon copying. But technology has helped me to see tutorials, for instance, about how to drive cars or hens and things like that. So most of you use technology as a starting point to improve your creativity. Just a global conclusion, but don't pay too much attention. Let's go to the second topic. Now I will leave the floor to you. Speak as you feel like. At home, the greatest fights or the conflicts usually arise about what sort of things? About coming back about curfews, about grades. But we don't really have rows about many things, about maybe who picks the things from the table. Or, Sancho maybe has more issues regarding the mobile phone because I demand my privacy. I only use the computer for doing homework, so I use my mobile phone all the time. But I know that when I'm with my family at the table, I need to leave the mobile aside, or sometimes that I need to go and talk with my dad on occasion, but I don't use it so often. Where do the biggest quarrels come from? My brothers and I get into fights and we yell a lot. And so sometimes we could spend the whole Sunday afternoon watching Netflix and not going out in the street. And this makes one of us to use it, want to use the telly, and the other brother or sister also wants to use the television. But this is something that you all understand, that you can start watching Netflix and you can start binging all of a sudden. Are you capable of being critical with yourselves? You have mentioned that you That, well, you don't like video games because you say you're not very good at them, but would you say that you could watch movies and series one after the other? Well, if I see that if the night comes, I might get tired. Well, what I mean is that video games I cannot play for longer than 20 minutes because I always lose. But when it comes to Netflix, honestly, it depends because episodes last 40 minutes and I can see 2 or 3 episodes, or alternatively until someone tells me to stop, or if I have to do something else, I can stop. But please be very honest. During the weekend, your parents might not be around at some point. Would you say that you have spent an overtime watching series or movies and that you haven't slept enough because of this? Well, I wouldn't say so, but maybe talking to a friend. Sometimes I have used half an hour of my sleep to talk with my friends. Manu wanted to talk. Yes, I have been talking with my friends until very late because they insist and they convince me. And once we start talking, we can stay talking up until 2 o'clock at night. On a school day? No, not on a school day. But up until 2 o'clock in the morning. And all these chats that you have with your friends, they're definitely not about homework. Can you tell me about any conversation? Is it like when we spend 2 hours talking over the phone? Yes, I call friends when I feel bored. For instance, I come out of the shower and I decide to call a friend, and then we can be talking for over an hour, and then I have dinner with my family, and then I call her again. So, yeah, it's the same that happened with my generation. Regarding the lack of sleep or missing a lunch for using your mobile phone, well, sometimes I realize that after I come back from school, I spend 30, 40 minutes watching something that was really not necessary. So I do not spend so much time at the end of the day, but because I have a poor organizational skills when I come back from school. So you are learning how to organize your time right now. I know how to organize my time, but the problem is that I think that this won't take me long because I started it yesterday, and when I start doing something from my homework later, I realize that it's more complicated. When I arrive at my house, I might decide that I will take a rest for 30 minutes, and then I start watching videos, and then it takes longer than I thought it would take me. This takes time from my sleep when I'm in bed reading, and I realize that I've been reading one chapter after the other, and then I realize it's so late. Well, we have heard before that the use of the screen might alter the way you sleep, and it might be more difficult to fall asleep when you're watching a screen than when you're reading on paper.
¿Quién tiene redes sociales?
Who uses social media? Do your parents ask you who you follow, what influencers, etc.? Video games, YouTubers? Well, honestly, I think my parents trust me. This means that you've probably earned this trust, right? Yes, I suppose. I hope so, yes. You've probably done something to earn this trust. Well, what I mean is that if at home I'm talking about a person, they say, oh, who's that? And I say, well, it's someone I'm following on Instagram. he or she does this. If they don't like it, they give you their opinion. Well, it's quite frequent. Do whatever you want to do, but I don't really like this person. So you earn their trust little by little, and even more if you stop following that YouTuber. Who do you admire? Manuela. I have Instagram. I use Instagram a lot. I don't really upload that much, but I'm like viewing other people's content. That's what I enjoy. Maria Pombo, for example, is an influencer. Give me more examples. María G. de Jaime, Cariota Buenme, Villarreal, influencers. What do they teach you, apart from clothes? Well, you follow their stories every day. They tell you what they're doing, and I think that the stories by influencers, they feed into your curiosity, and it's a little bit like a series. We follow it as if it were a series. It really doesn't teach you anything, but it's a real character, and you have a sort of glimpse into his or her life. Juan, Ana and Santi, you're not really intervening that much. So think about this question. Who do you admire? I admire my parents. This is number one. No, I don't. I know your parents, so I'm not surprised. I admire Juan Antonio Bayona, the filmmaker. He's a unique Spanish guy who's made Hollywood movies. He's done the last one for Jurassic Park, he and The Orphanage too, and Mark Knopfler, guitarist. Do you know that I interviewed him 4 times? I interviewed Mark Knopfler. We have to change these kids. These are too good. Sancho. Some parents are here, I think. Are they being honest? These teenagers? Maria Zavala, this is great. And we haven't heard from Carol yet. She loves reading. And she's going to tell us who she admires. I'm going to start with Sancho. Who do you admire? Well, the person who I would like to become in the future, close version, is Neil Gaiman. He's a writer. I've read several books by him. I love the way he has of telling stories, and I admire him. Sometimes Paula Gomez on YouTube, I follow her with my sisters. On YouTube, I like knowing what she does and her life. What kind of values does she teach you? Well, values, I wouldn't say too many values. For those of you who don't, Paula Gonu is a YouTuber. She goes shopping and she makes a video. Values, well, I love going shopping too. Can we mention a fiction character? Is this valid? Both. Fiction character. Hermione from Harry Potter. Yes, I'm not surprised. And J.K. Rowling, the writer of J.K. Rowling, the writer of Harry Potter. Why do you like or admire J.K. Rowling? because I've read her story, I have seen her background, where she comes from and how she ended up writing Harry Potter. And I think it's an amazing story. And she's created an incredible universe at the same time. Who do you admire? Well, I wouldn't say fully admire, but I really like YouTubers that use absurd humor. I have a brother who likes this too. He started with two humorists here in Spain, Famino Cansado. YouTubers. What is absurd sense of humor for you? With memes or these kind of things? Absurd humor. They say patata, potato, and you laugh. Yes, this generation is like this. Patata, they pronounce it very well. Patata, they just say patata and you laugh. We laugh. It is a video in which this deserves a different event, I think. Olivia, who do you admire? I admire more fictional characters, real characters. Alexandra Ocasio. She's the girl who went to the primary election. She went to the. She's very young and she's a congresswoman, and it's incredible the amount of things that she's achieving considering how young she is. Which values does she convey? She's very brave. She's saying what she thinks without caring about what other people think or say. Your opinions are important regardless of your age. This is what I think she conveys. I think you're all very sensible. I think anyone would like you as a child. You have 2 microphones for you. Who do you admire? Marta. I admire those people who, through their career or job, express what they think. Maybe singers that are criticizing something that they don't like about society, or actors, filmmakers that make films that show the reality of the world, not just thinking about sales or figures. I couldn't really say that I admire this person.
¿Perdón?
Auronplay.
Auronplay. I really like Auronplay. What does he do? Absurd humor, but he says something more than just patata, potato. He makes music. Abduskan. This is what he says. We love him. Yes, we adore him. Oh, you're being ironic. Okay. Things that have been mentioned this afternoon, earlier on. We shouldn't spy on our kids. We should surveil them. Teenagers are like a Ferrari without any brakes. What do you know about security? Passwords are like underwear. They shouldn't be shared. They shouldn't be shown. We should change our underwear every day. Passwords not necessarily every day. What do you know about security, safety? In your mobile phone, Have you
Para nada.
Ni se os
porque-
ocurría, ¿no?
No.
have you covered your camera? Well, it looks very ugly, so no, I haven't done it. And I do spend a lot of time taking pictures of myself, so I may have, if I had to uncover, it would be a pain. If I'm with my friends, at least a couple of pictures. Selfies with wonderful hair, earrings, etc. Who wanted to take the floor? No, not me, not me. I have a new mobile and I don't want anything ugly on my camera. Santi? No? Juan? Not the camera, but I have been told by my mother to change my passwords, but I never do it. Well, if I do it, I forget them. I don't want to convey the image of being unsafe, but I do take certain precautions. I put my mobile phone looking downwards every night. I don't usually connect to public Wi-Fi's, and if I'm told that I have a virus, I get rid of it. I know how to do this, yes. You have a YouTube channel. You should consider this possibility because you're fun. You look for tutorials and yes, you spend a lot of time doing this. You want to say something? Patata, potato. Yes, yes. Look, they're laughing. They're laughing. Let's go back to your homes. You know how very, 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 very difficult it is for your parents who absolutely adore you. Parents who've written letters in paper, yes, in paper, with a stamp, with a Walkman that had this horrible headphones, who organized meetings and didn't really know if the others were going to show up. You had, with this description of things, of life, we recorded songs on the radio with, we made these incredible tapes. Do you know how very, very difficult it is for your parents to educate you in these times in which they've been following and behind all these technologies? Do you ever consider these great people? I am taking the mickey out of them because I know more about technology than they do. One thing. I know that it is difficult for parents to educate us in technology. Well, and they just have to do it. This is one of the good things about DigCitSummit, that they give you tips and good advice for the situation. Yes, it's great that we have DigCitSummit. It is very, very difficult, very complicated. Manu was saying, yes, we do sometimes take the mickey out of them. Yes, go for it. For example, my father is an expert in IT, but with regard to Instagram, WhatsApp, calls, I'm an expert. So there are some moments in which I say, yes, you cannot do this. And I say, well, yes, you can do it like this. Thanks to technologies nowadays, we are controlled. You have rules at home, all of you, right? Yes, so you're subject to control, right? Fortunately, yes, not sadly. When you're adults and when you have your own children in the future, you will be super strict. We will see each other again in 25 years' time. I'm really not aware of this because I'm not a mother myself. Yes, enjoy other things. Yes, I know it's difficult. It's not easy. I understand this. When you will have a mobile phone in short future, do you see yourself knowing more than your parents do? No. I think you wanted to say something. We've got 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. I need 30 more minutes, please. Sorry, Olivia. In my case, this is the other way round. I think that I just started. I've got my mobile since January. I've only got WhatsApp. I don't have Instagram or anything else. I think that my parents know more about this than I do. They have taught me how to use things. They've taught me many things. A few years ago, I showed my mother something. Even if your parents know less about technology than you do, they know more about everything else. Self-control is something that you don't have due to your age. And self-criticism, do you have this? What is self-criticism? Self-criticism is... we all have defects. We have to acknowledge these defects. We all have this with mobile phone. Why is this related to mobile phones? Well, I only have WhatsApp and pictures. WhatsApp, self-criticism, I would have it. My husband, when I'm connected and I'm using my mobile phone, my husband always says, hello. Conversations that isolate you from your surroundings. Maybe I'm having a conversation with a friend and might not be important, and it's just, hi, how are you doing? Well, great. Quickly. I say, for example, I'm going to spend 30 minutes on YouTube, and then at the end it's 45 minutes. So this is self-criticism before your parents come saying, quit this, leave this, I have to do something else. But they want you to have self-control. For example, when I study, I leave the mobile phone in another room because I receive messages, notifications, and each time if I check my mobile all the time, I don't study. And for my brother, it's a rule, not for me, but I do leave my mobile phone in the next door room voluntarily. Do you get bored? Do you think about bits and pieces during these moments? Do you feel that you're more creative when everything is non-digital, with these drawings, for example? And this is something that I do when I'm not really thinking.
It's true. Sometimes in life, you need to stop receiving impulses. And this has been said today. Sometimes we need to be without doing anything, not just grabbing the mobile phone because you have an empty space in your day. Do you do this when you have those of you who have a mobile? I don't do that because I think, why should I be doing nothing when I could be doing something? I know I'm going to grab the mobile. So if I have nothing to do now, I grab the mobile. I never stay and think, oh, I'm going to just stay here and think. Well, I get more creative when I'm doing something than when I'm doing nothing. For instance, sometimes when I'm watching a series, I get these ideas. Or when I watch a YouTube video, I get new ideas. And what do you do with them? I just keep them. Carol. I don't usually get bored because it's 5 brothers and sisters, so I always have conversation with one or the other. So as you see, we all go back to the things that have been there all the time. Well, when I find myself at a point where I cannot do anything else, I go back to doing those things that I liked with the things that I have at home, like doing carbon copies, for instance. Do you think that your parents are hooked to the mobile? This was the naughty question that I left for the end. My father definitely is, because that they have found technology almost at the same time that you have. You need to forgive them. You need to forgive them, although you need to listen to them. My mom uses her mobile, but she is not chatting with a friend. But it's not the same thing to be working with your mobile phone than using it while you're cooking or having lunch. If your mom works with your mobile, but do you catch her using Instagram all the time, for instance, then your mother is not hooked to using her mobile. Carol's dad is more hooked to it. My parents are both hooked to their mobile phones. My father says that he's working, but I'm never quite sure that he actually is. And my mom works with her mobile phone in the morning, but when she's at home and she uses her mobile, she uses it for other purposes, just like I do. Sancho? Just to add to what Manu said about our dad, it's true that he says, don't interrupt me because I have this important job to do, and then he closes the door and we're not allowed to get close to him. But then if I didn't hear the instruction, I go in and he's playing a racing game. So I want to, Juan, I have to admit that I've got my mom playing a game in her mobile phone as well. Sometimes my parents are working, but for instance, before they go to sleep or in the afternoon, they can check Facebook or Instagram. Do you think it's a rational use? I don't think it would be. We could talk about an addiction. So what do you call success? Just give me one word. Santo. Acknowledgement. Being happy with yourself and the things that you do, because at the end of the day, this is what will remain. This is what you will make your living from. I don't have a clue. Doing what you want and what makes you happy and not what other people want you to do. Being successful is being happy with yourself. I'll ask you another day what being happy means to you. To reach to a point in your life where you're proud of what you are and what you're doing and not having any regrets. Happiness. You said that we should pick one single word. Happiness. Santi? To be satisfied of what you have done and say, this I've done right. I think that would mean success to me. We need to finish today. I have so many questions to ask you, and I love the way you are, but I wanted to ask you what bothers you the most about what's said about the young people and technologies. So very quickly, Sancho, that they say that because you're 5 minutes playing Fortnite, you're going to become this guy who will live in his parents' basement, will not work, and will live forever and ever like that. That they let us read 5 hours and they don't let us 5 minutes to play video games. That all the news that we see are negative news about technology connected to young people. That we will be older, we will lack resources, or a lost generation. That they say that we are ignorant and a generation that is already lost when they're actually putting all the burden on us. I fully agree with what you just said, yes. That they say that social media and technology isolates you from your friends when it's just quite the opposite. That we look dumb and that we only like the likes that we get and the followers. Isn't that true? That all young people, just because we have a mobile phone, we need to be addicted to it. Okay. Maria has taken the microphone. I have my notes here, so I don't forget what I have to say. I just wanted to wrap this up, reminding you of 5 sentences of 5 people that I admire greatly. The first one is from Eduardo Punset, who says that you do not need to be pessimistic. Every previous time was the worst. Maybe we're not living in the apocalypse that we think that we're living. We need to give ourselves a chance and the children a chance. The other sentences of Nuria Paredes, who says that if we always think in the negative, from the negative viewpoint, what will happen will always be negative. The third sentence is from Carles Capdevila, and it's about educating, is about having autonomy and control. It's about balance. Education is about balance. And another person that left us very recently, Noelia Gomezchea, told us that we need to prepare our children for life and not life for our children. So despite the fact that we have technology, we need to prepare our children. And another speaker that we had last year from the University of Navarra, who says that internet is not a fun park designed for children. So instead of just leaving them out there as if everything were designed for them, maybe we should be trying to establish this menu, this digital menu for our children. And finally, these are not tips. These are just practical ideas, and we're all ready to undertake them. The children nowadays cannot have their childhood or the youth that we had. So we need to try and understand their times in order to help them in the way that they need. And also, we need to be digitally cultured because we use technology as well. So if we learn and we are informed about this, and we always have time, 5 minutes to learn about different technology, a new recipe, a new content, maybe then we will be able to help them. And another tip, another recommendation would be to talk more with our children and talk more about the things that we want them to learn, because if we don't, it's very hard that we convey the values that we want them to have. Also, we need to take our role as adults, because our children are not born with all the knowledge. We need to be the adults. It's our responsibility as parents to take care of them, and also we need to make technology part of the whole of the educational fields that we touch with our children as parents. We need to talk, we need to listen, we need to scold, and sometimes we need to congratulate them for the things that they do right. See you next year in the next DigCit Summit.
Bravo, sí señor.